Okay, welcome to the hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the operation of approved charitable organisations under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1979. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Benaziak and I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, so I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So, for my first witness, can you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Hi, my name's Karen Davies. I'm currently practice manager at Dural Veterinary Hospital and previously worked at both RSPCA and Animal Welfare League. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
No problems at all. Thank you for coming today to give evidence. Would you like to make a short opening statement at all?
Not especially, no.
Okay, no worries. Well, look, we've just agreed to, as a committee, to have free flow questions, so the questions will come from everywhere.
Sure.
It'll also come from Miss Boyd, who's online on the screen, so her head will pop up.
Yep.
So I'm looking for people to fire off questions. Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Ms Davies, thank you very much for appearing today. Just in relation to your time with the organisations, can you just briefly outline when you worked for the organisations, for
Sure.
RSPCA and Animal Welfare League, please?
Yep, so RSPCA I started in 1984 and worked there for 31 years. And I left there in April, and in the just after I left, I think 2 weeks after I left, I started Animal Welfare League and was there for 3 years.
So about 2015, would that be about right?
That's right.
Okay. And you were there for, sorry?
At the Animal Welfare League for
yes,
3 years.
3 years. Would you be able to provide, I guess, some insights in relation to your time at the RSPCA and the work that you did?
Sure. So I started as an animal attendant, pretty well did everything within the shelters, was a vet nurse at one stage, and then went into management. I did payroll, workers' compensation, and at Animal Welfare League I was the chief operating officer, so pretty well oversaw everything.
Okay, so in relation to your time, I guess I'll say in the senior management roles at the RSPCA, which had been sort of towards the end of the 31 years there, would you could you describe the workplace culture that you had there?
That really depended on who was in charge at the time. I would say it was unpleasant by the time I left.
Okay, and I'm guessing that given the time frame, Mr. Coleman would have been in charge at that time.
Mr. Coleman was the CEO, yes.
Okay. Would you indicate that perhaps Mr. Coleman's position was partly to, like, was it his?
I'm not a fan.
In his role. Yes, I'm trying to find a very delicate way of putting.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Was it his management? Was it his management style that led to a creation of a toxic culture?
Thank you, Chair. That's a very eloquent way to put it.
Look, I can honestly say I worked with Steve for 21 years, and he started as an inspector. I didn't like him from the moment he walked in the door. I don't like the man as a person. His management style is, I would say he's somebody who tries to remove himself from pretty well everything, and somebody below him will always take the fall.
So you would have been with the organisation, I guess, I think it was 1999 when there was, I guess, the prosecution of the Guy Fawkes National Park. Is that right? Was it 1999?
I think
Am
so.
I right?
Off the top of my head.
Can't tell you precisely when it was, but yes, I was with them.
Okay. Obviously, I guess there was the view that that aerial culling program that had occurred was inhumane. Did you see anything within the organisation that would lead you to believe that that was prosecuted outside of the evidence that was presented?
In that particular case, I can't say, but there were certainly occasions where I would have been concerned about how the prosecution was carried out. Yes.
Okay. I'm just keeping it specifically to that because
Yeah.
obviously we've now got the situation in 2023/2024 where the RSPCA has effectively gone from being the policeman to being the consultant for the government in that National Parks and Wildlife Service have drafted a number of SOPs that they are using to conduct aerial culling of brumbies in Kosciuszko National Park. We know that RSPCA have been consulted with and have provided advice on those SOPs, and it's my contention that that provides them with a conflict of interest in relation to any future prosecutions related to any animal cruelty of aerial culling for brumbies. Now,
is there a chance we could have a question rather than a...
well, I was putting the context so that I could put the question, and that was coming up exactly now, which is, in your time at the organisation of 31 years, would you have seen a situation where the RSPCA provided advice to government about how to kill animals?
Yes.
And what was the circumstances for that?
That particular circumstance was actually with wild pigs, and also with kangaroos, and with regards to your conflict of interest, I would say that that is certainly an issue with regards to, frankly, both of the charities.
Okay.
With that, sorry, can I just chime in?
Sure.
With the advice in those instances, was the advice given that it should be done in a way that limits unnecessary harm, i.e. only a single shot be used?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So, in relation to the fact that it takes 18 shots on, 7.5 shots on average, and up to 18 or 15 shots, depending on some of the literature you read, to kill a brumby, would that, do you think, have passed in your time at the RSPCA?
No.
No. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just go to some questions around finance and money and funding? It says in the standard operating procedures that the Chief Inspector and the CEO have to manage their inspector in a way that's cost effective and efficient.
Mm-hmm.
In your time in those senior roles in terms of payroll, and I'm not too sure how involved you were in the finances.
I worked in the accounting department, so
yeah, did you ever see examples where, in your view, money wasn't being spent efficiently in terms of...
Very much so.
Are there any examples that you perhaps could provide? Was there excessive spending on conferences, or was there excessive spending in accommodation or travel for members within the RSPCA? Or
All of, but the biggest waste that immediately comes to mind is that we had 3 full-time staff in an events department that literally did the Million Paws Walk and Cupcake Day, which was online.
right, how much were each of those 3 staff paid or remunerated for?
At that particular time, about between 80 and 90,000 a year.
Each.
Yeah, each.
Okay. Were they baking the cupcakes?
Even if they were, I'm not quite sure how you could justify it, to be honest.
Okay. And what time period was that you saw?
So I worked in payroll for, about the last 7 years that I was employed.
Okay. And so did you handle any of the receiving of government grants or the distribution of government grant money at all?
No.
No. who oversaw
That would have been the CFO, Chief Finance Officer.
Okay.
So that was Irene when I was there.
Okay. No problems. I'll pass it to someone else.
I just, earlier you said that in regards to Steve Coleman, that someone below him will take the fall. Can you just expand what you mean on that, or give an example where you saw that happening?
Sure. So for myself on a personal level, I was bullied at one stage by a senior manager within the shelter area. I took that to HR. I was basically told to sort it out myself. And eventually, I would say, probably 2 years after the initial situation occurred, I had put in writing my concerns and all the rest of it. I had spoken to the HR manager. I had spoken to... this is actually one of the reasons why I finished up in payroll. It was because I had been exclusively in the shelters up until then, but the person that I had the issue with was the management of the shelter area, and I was unable to work with her. As I said, I basically got told to sort it out myself, and I was offered the position by the CFO in the finance department. I was told by the HR department that nothing further would be done, that I was to retract my statement, which I refused to do. It was put in a sealed envelope and signed on the back of it and put onto my file. And probably 2 years after that, Steve Coleman said to me, "I'm really disappointed that you didn't come to me and talk to me about this issue." And I looked at him and said, "I'm well aware that you knew about the issue, and really what does it matter now, because that person's no longer here, you got rid of them."
Would you say that there's a culture of bullying?
Yes.
How long has that culture been going on?
I would say pretty well the entire time that Steve has been there.
And was any action taken by others that had bullying complaints that you're aware of?
I know that there were numerous people that had bullying complaints. There has been external audits from HR companies and stuff that have shown that there is issues. The internal HR at the time certainly raised concerns. I personally raised concerns with board members.
You said that that Steve knew about the complaint but sort of hadn't done anything, but then sort of what sort of happened where he then brought you in and said, "I'm upset that you..." Like, what happened between that time for him to then say, "I'm upset that you haven't brought this to me"?
Look, I think when he spoke to me was when I was told that the statement was not going to be going any further and that it was to be removed, and that was when I said, "I don't want it removed. If you don't want to put it on her file, then put it on mine." And that's when we, signed the back of the... And he came to me not long after that and said, "I'm really disappointed that you didn't come and speak to me about this personally."
And you mentioned some external reporting being done, or HR
Yep.
stepping in. Do you know what happened with those investigations?
Not a whole lot, to be honest. There was a rejigging of the executive management. There was a number of staff let go, and there was
Was the staff that
changes-
was let go, were they the people who had made the complaints? Were they the people who had been complained about for bullying?
both.
Okay.
And there was then a change in the structure of the executive management.
So just to butt in, do you recall any of the names of the companies that did these external...
Beaumont Group is the one that immediately comes to mind.
Okay. Do you know when that was? Roughly?
Gee, it's got to be 15 years ago, I would think.
Okay. I'll work my way back from there. Thank you.
Did you notice any changes from any of these? Was there a change in that culture of
No.
bullying, or did it just remained the
Yeah.
same?
Yeah.
You've worked at both RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League. How would you compare the operations of the two? And is one sort of more toxic or struggling more than another?
Again, that really depends on who's actually in charge, and that is both executive management and board. Both of them have their pros and cons, to be honest. The biggest concern, particularly with regards to the enforcement of POCTA, is that it is most certainly influenced by the upper management and the board members as to what prosecutions, frankly, even what investigations would actually occur, depending on who a complaint is made about.
What do you mean by that? Do you mean that people could put their personal opinions on the issue forward, or if they knew somebody that was involved in the prosecution that would potentially influence?
Absolutely.
Can you give any examples?
Okay, so one of the examples was an ex-RSPCA staff member who was, and it's my opinion, harassed by multiple inspectors who were given directive to attend her property with regards to an animal that she had on site that Steve Coleman had a particular issue with.
He had an issue with the RSPCA inspector, the former inspector.
No, he had an issue. Well, he had an issue with the staff member. She was actually a former CEO.
Right.
So he had an issue with the staff member, and he had an issue with the animal that she had, which at that particular time was a pig.
Right.
In relation to, I guess, the later years of when you were at the RSPCA, who was heading up the HR department at that time?
Desley.
Sorry?
Desley White.
Okay. Were many of the complaints, were they looked at in-house, or were they looked at through an external organisation?
Almost all exclusively in-house.
Typically, how was the issue resolved when that occurred?
Staff were told to suck it up.
And who did that?
There was two people in the HR department. It was Desley and Leslie Lee, and they would certainly tell you that. Not particularly in those words. It was a bit more subtle than that, but that was basically the back to it.
Okay. Do you believe that the integrity of the investigation was maintained by the HR department, or do you believe that information about the investigations was perhaps provided to executive management?
It was definitely provided to executive management, yes.
Do you believe that when that occurred, there was circumstances where that staff member who had made a complaint was treated differently or bullied by executive members?
Yes.
Do you think you might be able to provide some, and you don't have to do it now, but do you think you could provide some examples? And if you
Sure.
can, then that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Did you happen to document any of this?
Some of it, yes.
Would you mind providing that to us?
Of course.
Are you confident, I guess, in advising the committee that Steve Coleman was aware of multiple issues of bullying and harassment and took no action or no effective action in relation to those complaints?
Yes.
Do you believe that the board of the RSPCA New South Wales was aware that there were issues in relation to the bullying and harassment of staff within the RSPCA and were not effectively managing those circumstances?
Yes.
Do you know for sure directly that the board were aware of these issues?
Yes.
Had you made complaints to the board?
Yes.
What was the response from the board?
That it was to be dealt with by the executive management.
Did the board indicate that they had full and complete trust in Steve Coleman to manage the organisation?
Very much so.
Okay. I've had a chance to look at some of Mr. Coleman's experience, shall I say, in relation to his time at the RSPCA and also prior. It's slightly opaque, but do you know what Mr. Coleman did prior to starting with the RSPCA?
Actually, no idea.
So I found reference to the fact that Mr. Coleman, it says, was an investigator or a private investigator. Would that accord with what you might have as an idea?
He had look, Steve has always been very confident in himself and good at selling himself. So would it surprise me? No.
In and of itself, that's not exactly a problem, I think, and sometimes that can be, certainly a benefit.
Thing, sure.
But in this circumstance, I guess I'm seeking to understand the movement from, and it's my understanding that Mr. Coleman went from being an inspector,
Yep.
and has been roundabouts the CEO now for 16 years.
Yep.
But within, I think, a very short period of time, he had, I think around 1995, he was already the Deputy Chief Inspector at the organisation. He had quite a meteoric rise.
It was very quick, yes.
Why might that have occurred, do you think?
I suspect because he endeared himself to board.
Okay. And you would have been at the organisation at the time when the current Chief Inspector was employed?
Who is the current Chief Inspector?
Scott Myers.
Oh, yes. Scott was in Newcastle.
Yes.
He was an inspector when I was there, yeah.
Okay. Could you provide some of your views around Mr. Myers' I guess, elevation?
Look, Scott started off in shelters. He went on to become an inspector and had been an inspector for some time. I don't know how long he's now been chief inspector.
Since January 2019.
Okay, so yeah. I can't say I'm hugely surprised that he got the position, no.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. I'm just conscious of time.
Sorry.
Mr. Murphy wants
I've got
to fire
plenty
off-
of questions.
I know, but it's enthralling. But I just want to give Mr. Murphy a chance to fire off one as well.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got one question, Ms Davies. Going back to the issue you were asked about earlier in relation to prosecutions under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act.
Yep.
You gave one example where you say a prosecution was interfered with because of a personal vendetta or bias against a former employee.
Yep.
Do you have any other examples
Yep.
of the ways in which these prosecutions were interfered with?
Certainly. So at both organisations, there were certainly occasions where rescue groups in particular were targeted or not targeted because of who they knew.
Is that because they're competing with the RSPCA or Animal Welfare League?
Yeah, or they had an affiliation with the RSPCA, so there was no action taken. The same as there were certainly occasions, particularly with multiple animal hoarder cases and that sort of thing, where prosecutions were instigated because, frankly, resources weren't available to deal with the situation.
And given it's such a short time, would you be able to provide some details in relation to those on
Sure.
notice?
Yeah.
Thanks.
I have a question.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald.
One question, sorry. Thank you. So, I just wanted to know, in your opinion, do you think approved charitable organisations such as RSPCA and Animal Welfare League should be involved with the investigation and prosecution of animal acts of cruelty?
No,
Okay. And why is that?
because there's a conflict of interest.
Thank you.
Can I just pick up on the question of Mr. Fang around Mr. Myers. Was there any concerns ever raised around Mr. Myers' family and friends receiving horses to be adjusted on their properties as a result of seizures?
Yes.
And then them coming into possession, permanent possession of those horses?
Yes.
Where were they, and if so, where were they? Obviously, where was it raised to, and what was the result?
It was raised with the executive management of the time, who
Yeah.
was
Mr. Coleman?
Mr. Coleman. Yep. And I have no idea what the outcome was because there was never any response.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fang, I may allow just maybe one more question before we...
Oh, I've got to choose one now.
it's difficult.
Send it to me in writing. I'm happy to
Oh.
respond.
Let me tell you, I think by the end of today,
Questions in writing
there'll
for
be
you.
there'll be quite a few that'll be coming your way. I guess where I was going to head to was the handling of conflicts of interest within the organisation. How might that occur? So, let's paint a picture here where you've got a nominal chief inspector whose nominal brother may operate a nominal equine business, and seized horses might end up at this nominal equine business that a certain chief inspector's brother may run. Obviously, there's material benefit there for said brother, but there's also a conflict of interest. How might that have been declared in the organisation?
It wasn't.
Sounds like you know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Nominally.
It certainly wasn't the only occurrence, and I can honestly say that conflicts of interest were very, very rarely.
So if there was perhaps a family member of the of someone on the executive group, quite senior in the executive group, who has a family member employed at the RSPCA, there's no way of declaring a conflict of interest there?
No.
No.
Can you give us a list of the other conflicts of interest you're aware of
Sure.
that haven't been dealt with
Sure.
on notice? Thanks.
thank you.
Boy, this just got really interesting.
Well, thank you, Ms. Davis. Davies, for your testimony today. I think we probably could have been here for hours with you, but
I think we might need another day.
we do thank you for your time and your candidness about your time at both of those organisations. It's much appreciated. But we also thank you for your work at those organisations in obviously trying to do the right thing by animals and animal welfare. So we appreciate that. Thank you for your time. You have taken a whole lot of questions on notice, and there may be some supplementaries, but the Secretary will be in touch with you regarding those.
Not a problem at all.
No,
Thank you so
thank
much
you.
for your
Thank
time.
you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thank
We'll
you.
now break for morning tea.
5 minutes.
Okay, after that break, we'll just start with our new witnesses. So starting with my first witness on the left, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath of affirmation? That's you, Miss Vest.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Sorry, I'm Christina Vest from CEO of Cat Protection Society.
No problems at all. Maybe just pull your microphone a bit closer
sorry.
to you and directly to your face. Yeah, just so
Okay.
Hansard picks you up. Miss Ward.
Tara Ward, volunteer managing solicitor with the Animal Defenders Office.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Donnelly.
Michael Donnelly, President of Animal Care Australia, and I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now given about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I'll jump back to Miss Ward so she can take the oath so we don't get in trouble.
Affirmation. Thank you. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, Sam Davis. I'm Vice President of Animal Care Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Sure. Now, would either any of you like to make a short opening statement? And if we could try and keep it reasonably short, so we want to get to questions.
Thank you. This week, a woman was brutally murdered. Her alleged killer was at the time already charged with various offences, including aggravated cruelty to an animal. This tragedy again illustrates the link between violence to animals and violence to people, and yet here we still are with a legal framework that is inadequate in protecting both animals and people. On behalf of Cat Protection, I thank the committee for your continued work. I, like many, am deeply disappointed by the lack of action by the government. I was initially surprised that there weren't more submissions to this inquiry, but then I thought this is a consequence of submission fatigue. The animal care and welfare sector has contributed countless pages of thoughtful, considered, evidence-based reports to numerous inquiries into animal welfare regulation over the past few years, but we've seen little change. I expect many simply feel the exercise is futile and they are exhausted attempting to manage the growing challenges in animal welfare. Despite this committee's recommendations, we are none the wiser when it comes to understanding what is and isn't investigated under POCTA. We don't know how reports of cruelty are triaged. We don't know whether responses are driven by resources or by defects in the legislation. We don't know whether there are trends. We don't know what species are subject to complaints or investigation. As Cat Protection says in our submission, this absence of vital data on animal health and welfare also limits the capacity and development of human health and safety policies. The need to address these issues urgently cannot be overstated.
Thank you. Ms. Ward?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. The Animal Defenders Office shares the general disappointment expressed in a number of the submissions to this inquiry at the lack of progress on key matters such as transparency and accountability since the release of the last committee report of the inquiry into the compliance and enforcement operations of the approved charitable organisations under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. The lack of transparency in the annual reports of the organisations is particularly disappointing, especially when there is an easy solution. Make public and readily available the reports the organisations are already required to provide the Minister under Section 34B of the Act. There are already detailed specifications for the reports in the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals regulation. No extra work would be required except perhaps the odd redaction. That would go some way to responding to the public's desperate plea for more meaningful and substantive material than the what has been characterised as feel-good PR material that is currently given to the public under the guise of an annual report. Then there is the lack of transparency and accountability for enforcement choices. Bare numbers tell only a small part of the story. For example, the public needs to know broadly what entities are being investigated or prosecuted. Are they individuals or corporations? About which animals and in what sectors? And what animal welfare benefits were there for the animals who were the subject of the investigations or prosecutions, so that the public can assess how well or not our animal welfare laws are working. Finally, the perceived conflicts of interest in having private enforcement agencies embedded with entities that undertake harmful activities such as wildlife culling or animal agriculture must be dealt with. While it is perfectly valid to perform an animal welfare advisory role as experts in the field, it can cause at the very least a perception of a conflict of interest when the same entity is also the entity with investigation and enforcement powers. Several of the concerns raised in submissions to the inquiry could be addressed by having an independent government-funded statutory authority responsible for compliance, monitoring and enforcement of animal welfare laws, the endorsement of which the Animal Defender's Office again places on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Either Mr Donnelly or
Yes,
Mr Davis?
please. Thank you, Mr Chair. I also request this statement be tabled. In 2019, Animal Care Australia supported a recommendation that resulted in the creation of this annual inquiry in order to address concerns that the charitable organisations were not accountable for their actions or the services they provide on behalf of the state. Some 5 years later, Animal Care Australia is not in a position to confidently state that much has changed. Having said that, it is pleasing for us to continue to support the ethos of the Animal Welfare League, and while we would like to see some additional breakdown of financial reporting, we wish to make it clear that today the AWL will not be the focus of our testimony. This morning I was originally intending to outline the major points from our submission. Instead, though, I'll simply make the following points. Early 2023, the New South Wales Government gave the RSPCA an additional $20 million for enforcement, and in the same financial year an additional $10.5 million for various upgrades. This year, the RSPCA testified that that $20 million must continue for them to be able to continue to provide that enforcement. RSPCA has their new shelter, shiny new shelter, while other shelters have either closed or are providing a reduced service. Local councils across the state have been told they are now solely responsible for the intake of surrenders. Makes one wonder what that filling that shiny new shelter will look like. The CEO and Chief Inspector have publicly stated the RSPCA has a new focus of being enforcers. Perhaps that's due to a potential annual $20 million incentive. Touted as animal welfare experts by the current and previous governments, and yet they supported and were complicit in the removal of a prohibition of aerial culling during foaling season, and then in fact to defend their position claimed there is no such thing as a foaling season. Declared taking an average of 7 to 15 shots to kill a horse meets animal welfare standards. Euthanized 50 birds seized from an animal hoarder, all who had been diagnosed with an affordably treatable disease, something that any bird owner could have completed within a few weeks. Crammed a Great Dane into a small animal carrier, causing injuries, which were called out by the magistrate on those injuries. All after New South Wales Police had declared there was no concern with the dog. Rather than seize the dog, the owner offered to drive the inspectors and the dog to their treating vet a few minutes down the road. The RSPCA could have clarified the treatment history, and even more importantly, if the vet determined it was time for the dog to be euthanased, it could have been done with the family able to say goodbye. This was offered by the owner and rejected by the RSPCA. While not isolated cases, these two examples illustrates the lack of concern about the welfare of the animals and a determination to prosecute the owners at all cost. Since previously appearing at this inquiry, the Queensland Government has altered the procedures the RSPCA Queensland must follow before any prosecution can proceed. They are now being held somewhat more accountable. This falls in line with Western Australia, and in the ACT the DPP prosecute cruelty cases. There is a growing catch cry of what meets the social licence for actions being taken by organisations, and the social appetite for the RSPCA is diminishing. Almost every state has been forced to look at their actions of their RSPCA, and each of them found the need for greater accountability. Importantly, when asked during the Brumby inquiry to explain the RSPCA's position on the welfare impacts of aerial culling, Mr Coleman stated, and I quote, "Any submission that's provided, be it by RSPCA New South Wales or RSPCA Australia, is theoretical in nature, based on references. It's potentially dangerous to restrict certain activities where processes can be improved." End quote. I leave this committee with those words directly relating to the RSPCA's ability to understand animal welfare. The RSPCA's position is theoretical based on references. Animal Care Australia's position is clear. Any enforcement agency must now be employed directly by the government, answerable to a minister, to the Parliament, and therefore to the public. Mr Davis and myself, thank you for allowing us to testify today, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you. I'll now just throw it open to questions. The committee's agreed to just have a free flow of questions, so I'm looking for someone to take up the baton.
Well, ladies first.
Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. I might start with Ms. Tara Ward, and thank you for coming and giving your time again, as per many inquiries. It's a really unusual situation that we've got, and there's nothing else in our legislation where we rely on a charitable non-government agency to perform government enforcement. I'm just trying to sort of understand, say we set up an independent office of animal welfare, which was actually a government commitment. How do you foresee that sitting in, and how do you see that then either functioning? Does the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League collapse and removed as in regards to their enforcement, and then it falls under the independent office? How do we structure something like this? How do we structure this change?
Well, that would be the subject of a whole nother inquiry.
Maybe we should have one.
Yeah, I'll see you there if I were to be invited. So just to these sort of broad issues. One imagines that what would, if we were dealing with the current regulatory framework, that the officers of this independent statutory authority would be authorised in the same way, for example, that police officers are authorised with whatever powers Parliament sees fit to give to the officers of this putative body, and that would be a question for Parliament. As to whether they do have enforcement powers, law enforcement powers, which in theory there's no reason why they wouldn't, since we've already given those to private charities.
In regards to the sort of current setup, do you think that we need to have powers within government to fully investigate complaints, to compel documents from those enforcement agencies, to ensure that there's some kind of oversight and transparency? If we weren't going to change into one of these other models, do we need to somehow make sure that there's more oversight and transparency?
I think that's been most of the entities making submissions to this inquiry have been in furious agreement on that point. There definitely needs to be more transparency, if only for the purpose of being able to evaluate how well our animal welfare laws are working. Currently, it's impossible on the information provided to the public, as my fellow panellist Ms. Vesk said as well, how we can identify patterns or where the laws aren't working, as well as, of course, the specific instances where perhaps the powers should not have been exercised. So there definitely needs to be that transparency and then accountability for these hugely important powers that are being used here.
Can I add to that, if I may, and actually answer your question as well, Ms. Hurston? Both of your questions is one. Mr. Fang, we would also welcome an opportunity to appear at such an inquiry that you just implied might occur.
It's not my choice.
But,
It's not that powerful.
We would definitely welcome that opportunity to look at some form of an Office of Animal Welfare being developed moving forward that comes under government funding and government control. To answer your other question, Ms. Hurst, yes, the RSPCA and AWL Inspectorate would dissolve and would be re-employed by the government. Inspectorate would be re-employed by the government, and we would support that measure. And we are actually in the processes of developing such a proposal that we would be happily make available to this committee and further once we've finished producing that and making that structure.
Thank you.
Designing it. So, yeah.
Ms. Ward, just going back to the independent office, would you be concerned if this independent office was going to be a single commissioner within the Department of Primary Industries, supported simply by current DPI staff with no additional funding?
Absolutely.
And can you explain why that would be problematic?
Yes, thank you. And I meant to refer to this in answering your previous question when you referred to an entity being established under, or a government entity. The entity would need to be independent. We can't continue the situation where we have an agency such as the DPI, which, while only administrating the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, nonetheless it has that, as we're all aware, that inherent conflict of interest. It is the agent or the entity responsible for promoting animal industries. We cannot have such an entity in any way associated with the enforcement of animal cruelty laws. The perception and actual conflict of interest would just be too great. So that would certainly not be a solution, go anywhere near providing a solution to the current problems.
And I just want to ask as well, I know that you regularly assist members in the public who make animal cruelty complaints. I'm just wondering if you've noticed if there's any improvement or change in the responsiveness to complaint or enforcement activities generally since the grant of 26 million funding that came in last year. Have you noticed any change?
In a word, no, we haven't. Thank you.
Thank you. And is there anything people can do if they're unhappy with the conduct? I know this is an obvious question, but I just want it for the record. Is there anything that people can do if they're unhappy with the conduct of the RSPCA, if they fail to respond to a cruelty case, fail to prosecute inappropriately? Is there anywhere to report that? And do you know any examples where things have fallen through the cracks that shouldn't have, that you can give as an example to us, where you were concerned that somebody should have had somewhere they could go?
Thank you. Several issues there. One is that there are very few avenues for members of the public who are dissatisfied with the performance of the approved charitable organisations in undertaking their functions under the Act. I think one of them says on their website, if you would like to make a complaint, basically you need to complain to the organisation, and I think that could reasonably be regarded as unsatisfactory. And there's nowhere really to go beyond that. So there are very limited avenues, and that is a systemic problem. We recommend to people, given the absence of any other sort of options, that they can make complaints to the Ombudsman, but that's a sort of long process and it tends to not go very far. In terms of, there is, of course, freedom of information. Now, to its credit, the RSPCA does respond to freedom of information requests under the New South Wales GIPA, Government Information, GIPA,
That's all right.
otherwise known as FOI, Freedom of Information. If that... So that is one avenue, and we have made a few requests and they have responded, but that only takes you so far. There has been, of course, for us, the most obvious incident of where a huge animal welfare issue just fell through the cracks was the truck crash involving 108,000 day-old broiler chicks. And that crashed early one Easter morning near Yass. It took a whole day to clean up, in short, but at the end of which, once everyone, the first responders and council personnel had gone, members of the public found day-old chicks semi-buried, alive. So still alive, and they were. There's video footage of them being extracted from the dirt, still alive. So those members of the public came to the Animal Defenders Office, and we, on their behalf, wrote a very detailed complaint listing also, every possible offence under animal welfare laws, codes of practice, etc. That was given to the RSPCA. This was back in the day when 12 months was the limitation period. Basically, it was sat on for the 12 months and no action was ever taken. We contacted at the time, Chief Inspector and asked for an explanation, and we were said that we would be responded to, and we never heard back. And that was when there was the witnesses had made themselves available. There was video footage, so there wasn't a question of absence of evidence, and it was an horrendous incidents of cruelty to these extremely vulnerable animals, being young chickens. So that's one example of, and we've had several more come to our office of, but that's the one that stands out the most.
Thank you.
If I could tack on with what Ms. Ward just said about when you want to make a complaint, you're making a complaint to the actual people that you're complaining about. I would also like to pick up on the evidence provided by the previous witness, in that when you do make that complaint, you're put into a room. You are sat in that room with the inspector that you're complaining about, with the chief inspector, and more often
Are you
than
speaking
not,
from personal experience?
I'm
or are
speaking
you
from some of our members' personal
people who've spoken to you?
experiences. Yes, and more often than not, also the CEO will be in that room as well. That bullying and that intimidation that was witnessed as evidence previously, that is also exhibited in that room. So you are made feel like you are in the wrong. Straight up, they will bully you. They will intimidate you into making you and convincing you that your complaint is pointless, and even to the point of making that kind of statement. Your complaint is pointless. We are not going to look at this. We're not going to do anything about this, and you've got nowhere else you can go. So ha ha ha. See you later. So that kind of behaviour is just It's not just within the office, within the staff. It actually emanates out into the public as well, and they treat the public in the same way as what they treat their own staff.
Yeah, and perhaps to add, just the big picture-wise, and getting onto your Office of Animal Welfare, that I presume the government's looking at as well at the moment. The model that we're looking at is to make sure that all the compliance operations come underneath the state government, so that all the transparency and all the accountability that every state officer employed by the state comes into play. And I guess our without preempting what we're going to recommend, in a general sense, in terms of the compliance officers, we'd see there's sort of education type officers who don't come in with tasers and uniforms and the whole business, who are coming in like might happen for a plumber or somebody who's coming to do a check and is sort of saying, look, how about what about doing this, or what about doing that? More as a colleague. And then if they see something that's a cruelty thing, then yes, that's got to then be progressed to somebody else. The same as might happen with social workers working for docs. At the end of the day, if they see that there's an offence being, and the person's not responding, well, then you need to call in the police or somebody who's sort of got the big guns to be able to charge them. At the moment, you've got a charitable organisation who's trying to do all that, and in fact is getting rid of all their rescue stuff and trying to focus more on this sort of policing type activity. So, and I think society's saying this has got to happen. It's got to happen. The other issue, some of the cases I'm aware of, I do quite a bit of work with my own local government at Wallandilly. I know that RSPCA don't respond when council rangers, for instance, call them up. Police don't respond because they're like, oh no, call RSPCA. And Wallandilly, as you know, is only really just out of Sydney, and yet RSPCA officers won't come that distance. So how is this possibly managing animal welfare across the whole state? I think effectively where they're operating
I've got
City
to follow up
Metro.
as well, and then I'll I know.
the same issue.
Yeah. Oh, actually, mine sort of segues a little bit off something that was said. So, did you want to jump in first?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Can I just ask, you've mentioned support for an Office of Animal Welfare, and you've indicated some of the characteristics you'd like it to have. Can you point to another agency, not obviously covering animal welfare in New South Wales, but any other agency which has characteristics that you'd like it to have? You mentioned social workers and that approach, or any other state that may be operating a similar facility? I'm interested in the characteristics of what it should look like.
Unfortunately, at the moment, when it comes to animal welfare in particular, there are no other states. The Northern Territory are the only state that don't utilise the RSPCA services when it comes to enforcing their Animal Welfare Act. All other states do. So there isn't really anywhere that we could use there. I guess in a similar capacity, the model that Mr. Davis just spoke to, where you have a level of and process of investigation where you would have educational officers who go out and look to see if there isn't actually an issue with this particular animal or animals. They would determine whether that is just a matter of, oh, look, sorry, you just need to do this, make sure that you're providing the right food for you. Give a notice, we'll be back in 30 days. If you've done what we've asked you to do, no problem, and then move on. Is that kind of what you were asking?
Yes, I mean, it would be something like, say, the Environmental Protection Agency.
That's right, but it's somewhat somewhat like the stock panels, the local land services stock panels. That kind of model where there's a group of people who are there to support the farmer to get through this, whatever it is, whether it's sort of a mental issue for the farmer themselves, or whether it's drought or flood or whatever it is, to get through managing their stock. So that's kind of on a commercial, but not dissimilar, I think. But I think the same sort of process operates, I believe, in most trades and most even planning systems. Where the local inspector goes out to check when you put your deck on or whatever it is. They're not there to sort of hammer you. They're there to say, listen, no, that footing needs to be a bit deeper, or and so on. You correct it, and if you don't correct it, okay, the law will eventually come down and hammer you, but not initially. Whereas at the moment, unfortunately, with RSPCA, not AWL, it seems to be they're there. They've dropped into that pet shop and they're ticking a box and they're looking where they can get this person, and give them a penalty infringement notice or charge them with something. Different perspective on
Thank you
the way
very
it's
much.
done.
I would actually just like Ms Ward's thoughts on that sort of a stock panel type process instead of like an inspectorate.
Thank you. The stock panels are an example, and the other example that immediately comes to mind, just because of its sort of proximity, it's from this jurisdiction, is the Greyhound GWIC, Greyhound Welfare and Integrity Commission, I believe. Not everybody's favourite entity or organisation, but what those two examples highlight would be the need to make sure that any entity is truly independent, because the perception that these entities are captured by the sectors they're there to regulate and oversee is a huge problem, because it just undermines any confidence that the public would have in these putative entities.
Thank you. And sorry, my other question was to Ms Vesk, and it was just going off this whole idea that RSPCA is stepping away from operating a lot of these council pounds. So I've heard from places and people who are do volunteer rescue in places like Blue Mountains, Wollongong, Shoalhaven. I understand in some cases councils aren't even replacing some of the pound services, particularly around Shoalhaven, and instead are offering more ad hoc impounding services, such as relying on vet clinics to hold lost animals. I just want to know what impact this is having on the ground. Particularly, I know you are involved in the rescue of cats. What? It sounds like there's a bit of chaos happening here.
That's one word. Is a disaster. And in my very long time at Cat Protection, which is 17 years, I've seen the consequences of the GFC. I've seen all sorts of times, COVID, so on, that have had a really negative impact on rates of homelessness of animals. I have never seen a situation as bad as we see it now. Our waiting list has never been longer. It's been compounded by the shortage in the veterinary workforce. It was compounded by shelters, a number of them closing to admissions because of the shortage of vaccines for cats. And, it's being compounded because we're not allowed to dissects cats and let them be looked after by a community carer, they have to be registered to an individual person, and so those cats aren't being dissected, they're being bred. So, and then this is at the same time, as you say, so many shelters and council pounds have been closing or restricted. So we have a growing problem, and it's... Sorry, just back on, if I can blend that in with what you're just talking about, having an independent office, and the comment by Ms Davies earlier about a lack of will to investigate, say, a situation of cat hoarding. When you have organisations who make choices about what to investigate, I think they are conflicted by considering what the outcome of that investigation might be, which might mean a seizure of hundreds of animals, which is, you know,
Might not
a
have
cost
space.
on that organisation. It's a major burden. So I think they're conflicted in making those decisions about what to investigate, because they might have to own the consequences. And this does sort of relate to the whole cat problem at the moment, because, you know, people are really struggling and doing their best, but they have few places to take cats, and, you know, that creates a really dangerous situation for the cats, and, you know, a really difficult and potentially dangerous situation for the people as well, because they're overstretched, overburdened, you know, it causes negative mental health impacts. And then back to that whole issue of, you know, where might something independent sit? I mean, I think this is a public health issue and it's a public safety issue, and I think all the matters to do with animal welfare intrinsically relate to human health and welfare, and we need to look at it in that umbrella rather than as an isolated, separate thing. It's simply not separate.
Do you know, I might just pick up on some of your questions there. Do you know, just going to your comment there, Ms Vesk, about that there's this inherent conflict in terms of deciding on cases if they have to seize a lot of animals. Do you see that actually being negated or resolved if we went to a government model? Because we see in government models where you have the EPA, for example, they're also limited in terms of what they'll investigate because of monetary constraints, time constraints. You know, even with ICAC, there are things that they won't investigate because of monetary constraints. Do we not just then replicate that same? How do we solve that problem? It's clear that we're not going to solve it by simply moving it over to a government agency. Do you have any views on that?
Well, I guess, I mean, firstly, I agree with you, but I think to some extent that's mitigated by if the agency doing the investigation and enforcement is then able to share the burden of the consequence between different players within the animal welfare sector. You know, it's not, and some things I understand can be difficult because the animals may have to be held for a certain amount of time because they are like evidence. But I just think there's more capacity to share that burden across whatever it might be, council pounds, private shelters, rather than the one organisation, you know, having to make this judgment and all its consequences. I mean, I just think there has to be that clarity in decision making. I agree with you that you can always have, you know, very difficult and expensive consequences, but I don't think that is what should drive a decision.
Can I just ask a broad...
Yeah, I was going to say, can I add, Mr. Benassi, the AWL already have a scheme in place where they actually, when they do have a large number of animals come in, and to be honest, like most of the time I've seen them promote our cats, they actually utilise foster caring, and those animals are actually moved into foster caring while they're being waiting trial or whatever. So that there is that possibility of that sharing that Ms Vesk is referring to. It's already happening. in one of those two charitable organisations. It just would need to be expanded.
Can I just ask a broad question to all of you? Given some of the concerning evidence we've heard already today around the behaviour of some inspectors and the culture, is there a concern that if we create this independent office and we have this independent inspectorate run by the government, common sense would apply that a lot of these people from the RSPCA, the Animal Welfare League, that are out of a job will immediately want to apply for a job at this new inspectorate? Are we just transferring that cultural problem and that issue with governance and I guess concerning workplace practices over into a government agency?
That's a concern, Mr. Benazir, but as Ms Davies pointed out, it would depend who's in charge.
Yeah.
Her testimony continually said it depends who's in charge, who was in charge at the time, and if you've got a chief animal welfare officer who is properly able to do that, then there would not that problem would not exist, because those inspectors would either not last very long or would not get employed in the first place.
And the oversight and accountability that would
pull that
need to be
line.
built into the system, and the management structure that I know we've been talking about behind the scenes, our committee, to sort of manage that process, hopefully, and I get it from other government departments I'm aware of, it's not a perfect system, that's for sure, but hopefully that would assist. But one of the other problems I was going to say, because on their annual reports, it'd be nice to know how much they actually spend on doing compliance and enforcement first up. At least let's know what the number is that both animal welfare and RSPCA, how much does it actually cost? That's not in their reports, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
You've read my mind, because that was the next line of questioning. Do you think their annual reports or even their financial statements, which are now suddenly appearing on their website, do you think they adequately delineate the different activities that they run and the different incomings and outgoings in terms of finances? Do you get a clear picture as to what's being spent?
Simple answer from Animal Care Australia, no.
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 Well, I think that could probably be a simple recommendation of this committee, that when they come back to the inquiry, and maybe somebody needs to move an amendment or something in Parliament, that to ensure that they do actually report exactly how much their inspectorate functions cost each year.
Yeah.
Could I just add to that? Because that, in the questionnaire that was sent out, and say 56 people responded, and also in the bulk of the submissions, that was the greatest call for greater transparency and accountability, the funding concern, and also the animal treatment and enforcement and legal framework. But the greatest call was for greater accountability and transparency in the reporting. So it sounds like you all agree with that.
Yes.
Sorry.
Are you?
Chair.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Are you aware that they also, as charities, have to report to the National Charity Register?
Yes.
Have you seen the reports that they
Yes.
give on the National Charity Register?
Yes.
Are you aware that there are financial discrepancies between what they say on their annual report on their website and what they actually give on the National Charity Register? Have you aware of that?
We most certainly are.
Okay. Mr. Donnelly and Mr. Davis, can I just go to an example you had in your submission? And this goes to trying to get some understanding of what they're spending. You said that there were some birds that were seized, and then they were killed soon after they were seized, but the then owner was charged a total of approximately $20,000 in vet care and shelter costs.
Yes.
Are you aware whether that charge, did that come in the, was it like an invoice? Was it an itemised invoice in terms of this is what we spent it on?
We haven't seen the actual final court documents to be able to break that down for you, but what we were aware of is the final report that was produced by the RSPCA as to the outcome of that prosecution, and that's where that figure has come from.
Yeah, okay. And just one of the other funny money things that seems to be going on, you talked about pet food donations in your submission, and you give the example of the Royal Canin donation, or they received close to $1 million worth of pet food, which equates to I think you said $23.84 per kilo, which would normally equate to, that's the per kilo price for that dog food, but that company actually sells that dog food for like anywhere between $10 and $17
In a supermarket.
in a
yes.
supermarket.
Not Royal Canin.
Yes.
So where do you have any idea as to what would explain this
We
uplift in
couldn't
price?
But I guess that was why we put that in the submission, is because it is a huge question mark. When we did our research, we went to websites for Pet Barn, Woolworths and Co, and we looked up the prices of the bulk buy of the Royal Canin that they were quoting, and the prices that were on those websites for sale to the public, and we worked out the per kilo cost. That's the difference that we quoted.
Okay.
In
Have you seen any similar examples with Animal Welfare Lead in terms of their finance or donations that they receive?
No, we did not notice that in any of their reports.
I mean, the bigger picture is the people who are donating, including Royal Canin and other pet industries, but also individual people. My understanding is what they're donating to the RSPCA is for the rescue and for the for the shelter type stuff is what people are donating their money for, and yet RSPCA is shutting down their shelters, and they're saying that they're going to do all enforcement. I wonder, what are people who are donating to the RSPCA donating to? I don't know. There's no indication in there because they don't differentiate between the two. But it seems a big mistake at their executive level to be removing the shelter stuff that I would have thought was why people donate, including Royal Canin.
Just probably one final line of question from me before I pass on to anyone else. Are you aware of the RSPCA's standard operating procedures document?
I have seen Queensland one, and I have seen South Australia's one. I must admit I haven't seen New South Wales one. Having said that, though, Queensland and South Australia's are pretty much identical to each other, so I would assume New South Wales would be the same.
Ms. Ward or Ms. Vest, have you seen this document or aware of this document? That it's essentially sets out the guidelines in terms of how the inspectorate's supposed to run and roles and responsibilities.
No, I haven't. But to your other question about transferring culture to a new entity, I think that if you establish a clear and accountable governance structure and you have transparent protocols, which is what you're speaking about now, I don't know what they are, but if you have really clear, transparent protocols, then, they can be contested, they can be discussed, they can be debated. And if you have transparent reporting, again, you can see what is going on. And I think that if you want to build a culture in a new organisation, which is a wonderful place to start, is that it's from the ground up. It's about being open and honest and transparent, and no one gets everything right all the time, but the only way we can have any understanding of what is going on is for these things to be reported. And we don't have an understanding of the deficiencies some of them we know because they're plainly obvious, but more to the point, is there data that shows deficiencies in POCTA as it stands because there are X many complaints that are unable to be investigated because of threshold? We don't know. We know pretty much nothing from any of this.
Do you think this SOP should be actually made public on their website and as well as Animal Welfare's if they've got one? Do you think that would improve the transparency and accountability?
I think it would help people to understand how they're making the decisions that they make.
I question whether putting that up would have any purpose, because if I, as a person, knew what the standing operating procedure should have been, there's nowhere for me to go when it's not being met. And we all know that the SOPs at the moment that I have seen are not being met. Those standing operating procedures are not being followed.
Okay, so to pick up on that, to take your comment about Queensland and South Australia being very similar, if we assume New South Wales is very similar to the Queensland and South Australia, what are some examples where you would say that New South Wales have not been following those standard
Well, the first and
procedures?
foremost aspect of the standing operating procedures is the education aspect. The inspector is supposed to go in, look at and assess the situation and determine what the next appropriate step is for that particular animal in the best interest of the animal, not in the best interest of the organisation, not in the best interest of the inspector's career, not in the best interest of whether we can promote that we've now shut down a puppy farm out in Dubbo because their family had actually called the local council to say that my parents are suffering from senility and we need somebody to come and collect our dogs. Okay, so what happens is that standing operating procedure would not have allowed for an inspector to walk out into that farm, seize those dogs, parade them before the media and claim that they were puppy farmers when they were not.
And we've got an issue. I'm aware of a couple of situations that in the dying moments of the last government that a bill was passed. I think Ms Hurst might have put it to the House. That means now that people who get penalty infringement notices, whether legitimate or not, if they choose to go to court over that and contest it, they risk, if they're found guilty in the court, of being given a sort of a lifetime ban. And that's massively significant for anybody, particularly people obviously where it's a pet shop or something like that, but obviously for anybody who's our member. And that's a real problem too. And I think the intent might have been genuine and
Can I just
reasonable,
clarify
but
that that's only
unfortunately-
for really, really high level offences of animal cruelty, so it wouldn't be
that's
something
not actually. That's not actually okay. We can send you the documents. We've had
Yeah.
advice from DPI.
I'm happy to see those documents,
on that.
but
Yeah,
I
happy
did
to.
write
We'll
that
send it to you.
legislation, and so I know which
Yeah.
aspects of the legislation applies, but it doesn't apply to smaller
More than
penalties.
happy to forward the details to the committee.
We will take that on
because
notice.
that's causing people to not to sort of just pay the fine basically because of that risk. So there's and RSPCA are aware of that. Inspectors are aware of that.
To clarify, Ms Hurst,
is
our
my point.
advice through the DPI consultations we've had with the DPI is if you contest that PIN and you go to court to do so, and the magistrate finds that the PIN is legit, you are found guilty.
But the PIN is legit,
reported.
as in it is aggravated or
No,
serious
just
animal cruelty.
any penalty infringement notice that you.
But why would that be levelled up from a general animal
the
cruelty
advice that
offence?
we've been-
Because it doesn't apply to
Because-
animal cruelty offences.
Currently, it applies to all offences under
No,
POCTA.
not automatic lifetime bans.
Well,
No.
but-
That's not. We'll send you the details.
I think it's probably best
We'll
to send
you
us
details.
the
Yeah.
advice that you received, and then we can look at that. And we're getting
I'm
a
happy to
bit-
talk to you offline about it as well.
Yeah, love that.
Thanks.
That would be great.
I'm looking for other. I've hold you a bit of the time there. I'm looking for other people to jump in.
I was just going to say, sorry.
I'm saving my fire.
Oh, do you wanna go?
No, no.
I was to say,
I know what I'm
if
doing today.
an independent operation was, how would you see that funded, and where would the accountability be? Do you think that they could have an accountable organisation by having a separate one?
Well, firstly, we wouldn't see it as a part of the Department of Agriculture per
Yep.
se. It would not come under the Minister for Agriculture to answer that last
So
part
yeah,
of your
what would it
question.
look like, basically?
What it would look like, I would rather take on notice and provide that document to you, because that would outline that in far greater detail. And secondly, we've just been told, and we've just heard testimony that the government, the last government, found $20 million to fund an enforcement agency, one of the two enforcement agencies, I might add. We also know by looking at adverts online that roughly an inspector costs $100,000 per year, plus a vehicle, plus a few other minor expenses. So if you put that 100,000 into 20 million, you're certainly capable of covering quite a substantial amount of an Office of Animal Welfare Inspectorate plus staff.
Okay.
So if the money's already there, then why not continue to use it?
Anyone else?
If I could just add that the benefits of having a statutory authority is that you could build into the statute establishing the authority robust accountability or robust reporting requirements and any other sort of issue that could be dealt with at that establishment phase.
And just one more question. I think, Ms. Vesk, you had in your submission concern for the shortcomings of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. Can you expand on that a little, or...?
I think, pardon me, if you go back a little while, there's been a few rounds of consultation on improvements to POCTA. One of the issues is that the bar is very low for what constitutes cruelty And I'm just putting aside for the moment notions of where education is a completely appropriate response to a situation where an animal isn't getting the best of care. In cases of deliberate cruelty, or really like bad management that is not going to respond to education, the bar is just so low. But that's what I would like to know. Do we know whether the organisations are getting thousands of complaints that they are not pursuing because they don't meet the requirements of POCTA, but in fact they are, things that the public would see as mistreatment of animals, of animals suffering, but it's not being pursued but we don't know because it's not reported.
Because that's reported, like in that questionnaire, we see that the public is deeply concerned about animal welfare.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
yeah.
I think, I agree with you completely. People do care, and attitudes have changed over time as well. I mean, we're looking at, a really old piece of legislation, and science has changed as well, but 70% of Australians are sharing their homes with companion animals, and I think most of them love them deeply. Some people know more than others about the best way to look after them, but whether people have money or don't, if they love their animals and they are doing their best for them, then as a community we should do our best to support those people. But when people are violent to animals, when they disregard their needs, when they act with cruelty, we should take serious action, because not just on behalf of the animal, although I argue that in itself is required, but because this is a person who has disregard for life, whether that's animal or human life. They disregard someone else's suffering, and we need to take that seriously.
Just further on the sort of funding it, an assessment needs to be done as well of the benefits of owning animals. Like, that's the negative side, and we totally agree that people who are clearly aggravated cruelty and cruelty offences under the Crimes Act and so on, need to be that needs to be enforced for sure. But I mean, the reality is the majority of those 70% of people who are keeping animals are doing the right thing, and there's huge mental benefits and physical benefits too, health benefits for the community. So whether that's kind of a good, decent justification for sort of the government putting a little bit of money into this, society wants it. There's benefits in terms of mental health. That this sort of office also encourages people to keep animals. That this is a worthwhile thing. That society supports this and sees the advantages of it and of doing it properly. So there's, do you know what I mean? Maybe you can kind of argue that to the penny pinchers when it comes to whatever this amount is. Is it 20 million? Is it 30 million? I don't know. I'll go back to just finish off with what I said before. Maybe the first aim is to find out, well, how much does it actually cost now for the limited compliance services that RSPCA, AWL are? How much at least does that cost? So we can at least have some idea of what it would cost to implement this at the government level.
And that would then have what the community wants, more robust oversight and clearer accountability.
Yes, clearer accountability, the ability to appeal decisions in both directions, whether you feel you've been abused or by an inspector, or in the opposite sense, whether you've reported an animal cruelty case and it hasn't been acted upon correctly. There needs to be an appeal process for both sides of that argument.
Yeah,
but this office is also educating the general public so that good animal welfare is just what you do, Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Raising standards across the whole community. It's not just has to target the people who are doing the wrong thing, I get that. Yeah. But it's the aim of this office is to raise animal welfare standards, across the whole state.
Which in turn then raises Ms. Vesk's concern and point that the thresholds are too low.
Yeah.
So if the public actually have raised their standards, those thresholds will rise accordingly.
So a more humane approach to animal welfare.
For sure.
And it's no longer socially acceptable, you know, to have your dog chained up on a 6-foot chain all day or something to the kennel, you know. It's just not acceptable, and the neighbour and everybody else you just won't do it because you're going to cop it in a social sense.
Can I just ask, just in relation then, so you would agree with the comment, and I'm just quoting from the submission from the Australian Veterinary Association, that the effectiveness of the law is not just about its existence, but also its consistent implementation and effective enforcement.
Yes, we would agree with that.
And I guess, people
probably-
knowing what the law is.
Yes.
Yeah.
At the moment, I think most people don't even know.
And I would add a
And neither
word.
do the vets.
I would add a word balanced. So balanced.
Well, I
It needs to go
quote
either way.
the a challenge is that POCTA is enforced by charitable organisations who are already under-resourced. In a study of 540 Australian veterinarians, dealing with a case of suspected animal abuse was the most stressful ethical challenge faced.
And again, that's unbalanced. Straight up, it's painting an unbalanced picture, so we don't have that balanced outlook or outcome.
Looking for any other questions from anyone? Mr. Murphy, Mr. Donnelly, Mr. Fain,
No questions.
No. I'll hold.
Mr. Donnelly?
Patience is a virtue, Chair. Patience is a virtue.
I've heard. Just one before we let you go then. Mr. Donnelly, in your opening statement, you talked about a Great Dane incident where it was stuffed into a cage rather than being taken in an appropriate manner to a vet.
Yes.
And then the animal was later euthanized.
Yes.
Do you feel the example of it being stuffed in a cramped cage to be then taken 40 minutes or 50 minutes from its owner's property to euthanasia, do you think that was an act of cruelty?
I do.
And if I'm talking about the same case where this Great Dane received medication that was later determined to have actually caused the physical decline in the animal, which then led to its euthanasia, would you say that is a case of animal cruelty?
I do.
Thank you.
We suspect in that case as well, just to the previous witness that appeared behind us, that was also the inspectorate trying to get back at that particular owner. There was a bit of a history of
Some anecdotal evidence.
going in behind.
Can't prove that.
The other thing, we haven't been asked about the Brumbies yet, which is a bit of a shock. Can I say that ACA is absolutely disgust. We agree with culling Brumbies out of Snowy Mountains National Park, no problem. We're absolutely disgusted at this 7.5 shots to kill any animal is absolutely abhorrent and shocking.
Can I just not sidestep the Brumby issue, but just go back to the Great Dane issue in terms of, it raises talking about where you said that the owner couldn't take it to his regular vet, so the inspector could actually hear about the treatment.
Yes.
This is something that we've heard several times where the RSPCA seem to disregard the advice or the treatment of that an animal's receiving from their local vet. They don't want to hear about it.
Correct.
Do you see that as
It's problematic.
to not even actually look at that and consider that as part of an investigation?
It's totally problematic. If you were to flip that over to us dealing with a child, and that child has been taken because of some supposed claim of mistreatment against that child, then that child's teachers, that child's doctors, everything involved, every other individual involved in that child would be questioned about what that child's health is like, why that child is in the situation that it's in. And here we have the RSPCA in particular taking an animal. They do not take on the consultation with the treating vet. They do not even actually believe the person that tells them that the animal is being treated. It's currently under veterinary treatment. This Great Dane was under veterinary treatment. The only reason that this Great Dane had not been to that vet recently was because this occurred during COVID. So
Yes.
they were actually not, they were advised by that not to actually take the dog down because it was under treatment. It was being treated. All of its illnesses were being treated by the vet just online. When they gave evidence in that courtroom that they had contacted the local vet to provide that detail, the information was that, yes, we confirmed the dog had not visited the vet recently. Clearly, because it was under COVID restrictions. They did not confirm that that dog was not under veterinary treatment. There's a huge difference in that statement.
Ms.
There's a
Ward,
huge difference.
you just want to add something?
Thank you. Yeah, very quickly, if I can just add that this is, we're becoming, or our office is becoming aware of this very problem across contexts. So it's becoming a real issue in the wildlife caring space as well. We've been contacted multiple times by very concerned wildlife volunteers who do an amazing, amazing job, but are so sort of, invisible, basically, that this is also an issue where you're dealing with wildlife under a very specialist set of skills and required to care for and rehabilitate these animals, that this exact scenario is happening with those animals as well, where the consulting veterinarian is not being consulted. Or regard had to the existing veterinary care that is in place as discussed between carer, licensed carer and veterinarian.
And to that point, I'm also aware that some of those investigations relating to wildlife, they are being instigated by Wire's executive in order to ensure that they can actually remove that carer because they have a personal issue with the carer rather than what the care of the wildlife is being provided.
Yeah, sorry. I've just realised we've gone way over. We don't have to leave you there. But thank you very much for your time. And we'll bring forth the next witness.
12:15, but anyway.
Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at...
Thank you.
Yeah, I was looking at the lunch thing. Not really.
No, we don't have a clock either.
Sorry about that.
Thank you
No,
very much.
that's all right.
Justifiably.
No one was... Can you just state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for us, please?
Yes, so my name is Dr. Amy Lee. I'm the New South Wales President-elect of the AVA New South Wales Division Committee. What was the last thing you asked me to say? Sorry.
Just swear in either an oath or affirmation.
Yep. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay. Dr. Lee, would you like to make a short opening statement at all?
Yes, thank you. So good afternoon. Firstly, I'd like to express our gratitude to the committee for the opportunity for the Australian Veterinary Association to contribute to this inquiry through our submission and today's hearing. As the peak national organisation representing veterinarians in Australia, our members span across the whole veterinary profession, from clinical practitioners to researchers, all united by a common dedication to the health and welfare of animals. I serve as the President-elect of the AVA New South Wales Division. I also own a companion animal veterinary practice in Blacktown. The AVA has submitted a detailed response to this inquiry, and I'm here to reinforce our comments and recommendations to outline the urgent reforms needed to elevate animal welfare protection arrangements. Our first major concern centres on the prosecution gap evident in the current enforcement of animal welfare laws across numerous legislations, including the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, the Veterinary Practices Act, the Medicines, Poisons and Therapeutic Goods Act, the Stock Medicines Act and the Biosecurity Act. The agencies with the authority to investigate and prosecute animal welfare cases include the charitable organisations that have already been discussed under POCTA, the Police, New South Wales Health, the Veterinary Practitioners Board and the Department of Primary Industries. These various pieces of legislation cover aspects of animal welfare, but their enforcement is often inconsistent and ineffective due to overlapping authorities and really unclear legislative boundaries. One stark example is the issue of unauthorised veterinary practice by lay people. These illegal practices pose severe risks to animal welfare, and they're regulated by a confusing array of laws, leading to diluted enforcement efforts and scarce prosecutions. Charitable organisations which are tasked with managing these responsibilities find themselves under-resourced and unable to pursue all but the most straightforward cases. And this gap is not merely a procedural failing, it represents a profound risk to animals and undermines public trust in our animal welfare regime. To address these challenges effectively, a thorough overhaul of the current legislative and regulatory frameworks is essential. We need a system that is robust, clear and well-resourced to ensure animal welfare in New South Wales. The AVA also notes that we're concerned by Recommendation 5 of the 2022 Inquiry's report, which recommended the expansion and government funding of mobile veterinary clinics. This recommendation does underscore the vital service that these mobile veterinary clinics provide in disaster-affected and remote areas. And whilst the AVA supports this recommendation, it is imperative that the deployment of these mobile veterinary clinics does not undercut the operation of local veterinary practices. These mobile clinics should complement, not compete with, the existing services, ensuring that the animal care is enhanced rather than fragmented. In closing, we recommend enhancing our legislative framework and supporting our enforcement bodies with adequate resources so that New South Wales can ensure that the welfare of animals is protected.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'll just pass to the committee for questions.
I can start.
Ms Hurst?
Yep, thank you, and thank you for coming today. You note in your submission that when presented with cruelty cases or cases of unacceptable animal welfare, that individual veterinarians are often left to help the animals without any sort of support or guidance from anyone authorised under POCTA. For the benefit of the committee, can you just give some examples of when this might occur and what kind of situations vets are being left in?
Yeah, so I mean, I think in private practice particularly there is inherent conflict, because you're dealing with a client, a paying client, you've got a commercial enterprise, but then you have this animal that obviously has an issue. So, for instance, from our clinic just the other week, we were having a discussion about a client who has a Shar-Pei, and Shar-Pei is, beautiful skin rolls that everybody loves from that toilet paper ad a million years ago. But the problem with this dog is that it has terrible entropion, and at the moment its eyelashes are rubbing on its cornea every day. It's like having something in your eye every day. And it also has sort of massive ear discharge and ear infection going on, but the owner of that dog does not recognise that ear discharge is a problem or that the eye folds are a problem, because to her that's a Shar-Pei, that's normal. So there's a lack of education there as to the welfare of this poor animal. So our vets were sort of going, at what stage do we involve the RSPCA in this? Will they even do anything about it, because they're so under-resourced and this is quite minor, and it's a real conflict for my staff. A lot of them are, sort of vets that have been out 5 to 10 years, and then they don't know what to do about that. And basically, if we talk to this client about it or report her to the RSPCA and nothing happens, she just goes off to the next clinic, and then the problem goes to the next clinic. So that would be one example, yeah.
You mentioned the resources. Do you think that resourcing is one of the biggest parts of the solution, or is it sort of only one sort of peg in all the things that possibly need to change?
This definitely sounds like it is a multifactorial issue for sure, but resourcing comes up a lot, as it is the way things exist, I think we've got like 30 RSPCA inspectors, 5 AWL inspectors, 11, Greyhound and Welfare Integrity Commission inspectors. There's not a whole lot of people that are kind of looking out for welfare there, and obviously the distribution of resources is something that's outside of our, sort of zone. But yeah, resources, money, people, training, vehicles, all that sort of thing seems to be a huge issue.
And have you noticed any difference since the 26 million that was put into the RSPCA? Have you felt that there's been that's been adequate at sort of fixing some of those, resource issues, or is it too early to tell?
I think perhaps, we're too distant from that, to be honest. Like in private practice, I notice nothing, but, that means nothing. VA-wise, I'm not aware that we've had feedback on that at this stage.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up one specifically on that one? Or?
No.
Okay,
Sorry,
I've just got a couple more questions.
Yeah, no, I was trying to get
That's okay.
Benedikt's attention, but he's busy doing something.
You've also advocated in other forums for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act to be urgently updated and modernised. Do you think that fixing those outdated laws is part of fixing the current situation as well, so that we've got more robust laws for the enforcement agencies to actually be able to enforce?
Absolutely. I think this fragmentation that we have at this stage, it just makes it so confusing for everybody. Even people working in those organisations, I think sometimes don't quite know who steps in at what point. And when you're talking about veterinarians, I mean, half the time we're not sure under which bit of legislation things will be coming as well. And I think, that's where we have this issue with lay people doing acts of veterinary science. The Veterinary Practitioners Board will issue a cease and desist letter, but honestly, that really doesn't do much when someone has a commercial enterprise that's involved in doing those, sort of lay acts of veterinary science. And yeah, there's really, if there were S4 drugs being involved, being sort of illegally, used by that person, well, yeah, you might get New South Wales Health in there, but there's not really anyone to say that these people who can cause really significant sort of welfare concerns with animals in terms of pain and psychological distress and things like that. And often they think they're coming from a good place. They think they're doing the right thing because they just don't have the education. There's no one to step in and stop those things. That is very clear.
In fact, you observe in your submission that veterinarians are particularly concerned, feeling that there isn't a robust system to address illegal and cruel practices by lay people, leading to frustration and career dissatisfaction. We've got another separate inquiry, as the AVA is very much aware of, into the veterinary shortage.
Yes.
And there's been discussion of the fact that vets are experiencing that stress and burnout, even leaving the profession. Is it your evidence then that there's almost a link in some part between the failure of animal protection laws as they currently stand and the enforcement, and then obviously the stress that puts vets under?
Absolutely. I mean, I think we see that with that psychological distress of, these welfare cases in private practices and things like that. And yes, I think that when you've got vets on the ground, for instance, that are equine vets and they're doing equine dentistry, and then you've got a lay dentist that's charging a fraction of the cost, and clients are, sort of becoming abusive and unsettled about, well, why are they charging this much and you're charging this much, and devaluing their services and their education, that's, that absolutely affects them psychologically.
And what about sort of cruelty cases that would potentially sort of come into a vet as well, sort of seeing the cruelty cases, or hearing that it won't go to prosecution, or that there's nowhere for the animals to go? We've heard, lack of hoarding situations. Is that something that vets are confronted with as well?
Absolutely, yeah. And I would say, multiple times, sort of a month, you would see cases that could border on that. Some of them are worse than others, obviously. But yeah, there is always sort of this sort of ethical and emotional conflict, about sort of trying to educate clients and knowing that you can treat something, but the client either doesn't want to, or they don't have the funds or what have you, having to then euthanize that animal. It's very fraught.
Mm-hmm. Now, something we've heard quite a bit about today is the fact that the RSPCA have been stepping away from operating council pounds, and I've also heard that several places, like Shoalhaven, for example, have not actually replaced that pound service, but instead are offering more ad hoc impounding services by relying on veterinary clinics. And I believe Canterbury, Bankstown, Liverpool and Camden are doing the same, where they're using a vet clinic instead of a pound. Do you think, given we've got, this veterinary shortage and this stress already on vets, is this creating additional burden on vets by all these pounds actually closing down?
I think that is a definite risk there. And, I don't know that there's actually been great communication in some of those situations between the local veterinary practices and the pounds. I think if those arrangements are made, the important things are that the vets are really properly remunerated for the services that they're doing for the pound, which has not always been the case. And that, there's really good communication and systems in place between them so that everybody's clear on how that arrangement works, and then it's not to the detriment, of the vets and their staff that are involved. And yes, I think with the shortages, I'm interested to see how some of that could actually pan out. And I'm also interested to see, our veterinary clinics, we often work really hard not to bring sort of contagious diseases and things like that into the clinic. And if we do, they have to be isolated. So how does that work in terms of privately owned animals and managing those situations? There would certainly be some infrastructure issues around all of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief because we've already held you over time, and thank you for appearing today. I know it says President-elect. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not too sure who the previous president was.
Zachary Lederhose.
We well love Zach. Yes. I thought it might have been. I wasn't sure. I'm not sure if it was a coup or a friendly handover.
Oh no, definitely not a coup.
No, I don't know. The politician in me loves to think like there might have been the numbers counted and everything else, but I suspect not. Vets are normally too nice. I guess what I've really sort of been trying to get my head around is that the AVA has, I guess a view on a lot of matters. How do you determine your policy when you're putting, I guess, your positions in paper, but also in appearing at a hearing like this, to talk about things like POCTA?
Yeah, so we usually reach out to our AVA membership via, sort of an email or what have you. And we also have on our website a platform where if there's current things under consideration like this, or we're going to respond to an inquiry, that, a broad range of our membership can comment on those things.
Okay.
And then the New South Wales Division Committee itself then discusses a lot of those issues and starts to put together the position in combination with our advocacy team.
Okay. Because we had, as the Honourable Emma Hurst indicated, there's a number of inquiries that are actually happening at the moment, and one of those is the Ariel Culling of Brumbies inquiry.
Yes.
And Dr. Sercombe, I guess, appeared for you. We then had evidence from Associate Professor Andrea Harvey, who I believe is also a member of yours, that indicated that the evidence that was provided by the AVA in relation to the Ariel Culling was probably not as accurate as it could have been, and that she in fact wrote to your organisation about the inadequacy of some of the positions that were put in relation to the evidence. How do you resolve that within your organisation?
I'm actually not aware of that particular specific situation, so I might take that on notice if you don't mind and get some more information.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and then we can give you a bit more of a detailed reply than what I would be able to give you.
That'd be great, because I've got to say, Professor Andrea Harvey, I think, I know speaking for myself, but I believe I'd be also speaking for other members of the inquiry into that issue, were very impressed with the evidence that she gave, and I think she was quite clear that she was very disappointed with the evidence that was provided by AVA on that matter. So when you're determining, I guess, a position that for example, the Ariel Culling of Brumbies is not unreasonable, do you look to have subject matter experts in, say, equine provide feedback to that?
Yeah, it's not uncommon with any inquiry for us to reach out to subject matter experts within our sort of membership and what have you.
And if it's the case that there is a disagreement between the evidence that's provided, and then subsequently more members come forward and say, actually, that's really not a great position that we should be adopting, does that policy exist within the organisation to actually challenge that?
A point of order.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know, I just got the question out though.
I know. I'll let you answer, and then I'll hear the point of order.
Well, look, Chair, the point of order was just there is a whole other committee dealing with that question.
Oh, I
and
know.
It's difficult to see how this relates to anything.
Oh no, I thought you were going to raise this
This
point of order
inquiry
5
was in
questions ago,
relation
but
to-
since you didn't, I kept asking.
I was
I was waiting for the point of order. You didn't bring it.
Go to see if it would come back, and
Look,
it clearly
trying to be
won't,
polite.
Chair.
I was struggling
Thank you.
to see the relevance to the
I know, I just-
RSPCA inquiry.
Give me an inch and I'll take them
and
off.
the
you
Animal
know.
Welfare League.
I just don't think it's fair to the witness.
So it is up to you as to how you answer that.
I'll answer it
Absolutely.
briefly. We do. We're a grassroots organisation, so what our members are telling us and the new information and new positions that come forward, we always have to constantly review our policies and our positions on things. Otherwise, we just couldn't exist anymore. People wouldn't put up with us. You know, you've got to listen to the feedback that's coming back to you. So we literally are constantly sort of looking at and working through our policies.
I appreciate the answer. I can see how you knocked the other guy, took the job, and now all of a sudden you're here. So congratulations.
Feel free to take that as a joke and a comment.
The only thing I
Is
use
it-
knives for is
It's
surgery.
from the National Party, just take it for what it is.
Are there any other
Solid
questions?
evidence.
Are there any other questions
Guidance.
for
No
this
questions.
witness?
No,
No.
not after that.
No. Well, thank you, Dr. Lee. Apologies that we kept you a bit longer, but we appreciate the evidence you've given
Thank
and
you
the
so much.
submission.
Not at all.
Not only just in this inquiry, but all the inquiries that you've given submissions to and evidence to. It's much appreciated.
We're
Thank
very
you.
grateful for the
you.
opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now break for lunch. Both on. Okay. Have we checked volume level with Miss? Ms. Shaptrock, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I am. Can you
Okay,
hear me?
excellent. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. We'll just get started now. So I welcome our next two witnesses from the Professional Dog Trainers of Australia. I'll start with Mr. Courtney, who's in person. Can you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
I'm the President of the Professional Dog Trainers Association of Australia.
Thank you. And the oath or affirmation, please?
The oath is fine.
Yeah, can you take it if you've got the words there?
Yep, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Ms. Shaptrot, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Teal Shapcott, and I'm a board member of the PDTA, and I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, would either of you like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
Yes, I've got one,
Yeah,
thanks.
sure. Thank you.
The PDTA wishes to thank you for the opportunity to provide information on this very important topic. I want to keep my opening speech short, hopefully leaving plenty of time for discussion and questions. My first point is that the government have made a genuine effort to support animal welfare in New South Wales by appointing groups like the RSPCA to make sure that no animal is turned away or forgotten, regardless of whether they are abandoned, neglected, injured, surrendered into their care, with an ultimate goal of improving animal welfare, education, and keeping people and animals together, keeping our animals safe also. The concern is that as a charity, their main focus has become to get funding from donors and others. In 2019-2020 report published by the RSPCA on their website, it details that almost 67% of dogs euthanized were due to behaviour problems that did not respond to their behaviour modification programs. That's 7 out of 10 dogs that present with any level of behaviour problem, could even be just jumping up on someone, being killed by those who are commissioned by the government to care for them. Professional dog trainers in New South Wales, including myself, would never survive in business with a 70% failure rate. My company takes dogs from all over Australia for rehabilitation of behaviour problems, including severe aggression, and even the most severely troubled dogs, we modify their aggressive behaviours and they can go on to live long, happy and safe lives. No longer is the RSPCA webpage that displayed that information available. It was removed when organisations such as the PDTA and other various animal rescue organisations published these so that the general public could see them. Accurate statistics on how many dogs and cats are euthanized by the RSPCA for behaviour problems are unable to be found. They've been included or hidden, if you will, with the medical problems cause for euthanasia. The second point is that the RSPCA promote that only certain training methods and training aids should be used, as all other methods are cruel and unnecessary, whilst they maintain a 7 out of 10 kill rate. It is believed by many that this approach is to further gain donations rather than provide best results for the animals they are presented with. In the animal sectors of training, rehabilitation, behaviour modification, rescue and fostering of all animals, the RSPCA are considered to be corrupt, unhelpful and financially driven. The RSPCA have made many false claims and even lost court cases for injurious falsehood based on claims they have made about training aids and potential cruelty. My third and final point is that government have empowered the RSPCA Inspectorate to investigate, seize, charge and punish the animal owning community, such as it's sort of like a judge, jury, executioner and benefactor. The revenue from these charges goes back to the RSPCA, dogs seized from owners and sold on for thousands of dollars, often within days of seizure, funds back to the RSPCA as well. Officers of the Inspectorate are simply law enforcement revenue raisers to keep funds in this top-heavy organisation in business. This is a recipe for corruption, and all over Australia, RSPCA have been accused and connected to corruption. Malcolm Roberts has numerous times brought this to light, yet we're still here. Whilst initially the idea of the RSPCA may have been an ideal answer to many problems, it has become a bigger problem in itself. The RSPCA continued. It needs to have strong oversight of its activities and policies by external professional organisations in each animal sector overseeing their work. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. The committee's agreed previously just to have free-flowing questions, so I'll look to committee members to ask the question.
Oh.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, and thank you both for making yourself available this afternoon. The matter of the governance of the RSPCA at the state and territory level, and I understand there's a chapter or division in each state and territory around Australia, and its national body.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, do you, either of you, have any particular insights into how that relationship works and whether what we're seeing in New South Wales coming out of this inquiry is New South Wales specific, or, picking up a point that you've just made, something that may well be a national issue?
Look, I think that the national body is the ones who makes the rules, policies, and then they share them throughout the states who follow them through. That's my belief. There's different nuances in every state. Queensland RSPCA have been in trouble with the courts many times. Lots of things like this, and as a presenter for animal welfare training behaviour, I've sat on many of these types of things and listened to what RSPCA has to say about certain training methods and tools, only leading the dogs down a path of absolutely no chance of being rehabilitated and being put to sleep. So it is a bigger problem, as in it's one company with many small subsidiaries, but they all believe in that as well.
Do you have any insights, either of you, into the processes nationally within the RSPCA which develops these policies and guidelines and practices?
I don't.
How are they created? I guess that's my question.
I don't know the exact process. I don't think they share that with anyone. But my understanding is that they probably have members from each state go there and they go along and make policy. And then just like, I guess, a federal government would, and that goes back to state governments. There's no opposing or opposition. There's just one unit.
Have either of you seen, through your obviously lengthy experience, policies of the RSPCA or guidelines or practices change over time? Or has it been quite stable and static over time? Because I'm trying to understand, is this something that's finite and doesn't change and the RSPCA does what the RSPCA does? Or in fact it's something that evolves and changes?
I think there's definitely changes, and what will happen is they're updating the way that they communicate with the public to be more successful at what they do, which is obviously fundraising. So in the recent probably 5 to 7 years, I've noticed them be getting involved in talking about how dogs should be trained, how they shouldn't be trained, those sorts of things. And as this goes on, they're moving more into that space without any history of success. So that's what we tend to see.
So how does that just interface with professional dog trainers like yourself about this national organisation called the RSPCA advocating a position on training of animals and the individual animal training organisations? How does that all gel together? As
I mentioned in the end, if from the outside, the general public who doesn't, get below surface level advertising, they always think the RSPCA are amazing, doing a great job. But the industry professional groups, be it the horse rescue, cat rescue, dog rescue, all of those, would say don't go anywhere near them, because if they get hold of your animals, they'll end up getting euthanized. So there's quite a disparity between the image portrayed and the actual purposes and business that they carry out.
Just a couple more to follow on. Sure. Just in terms of the euthanizing of the creatures, the animals, that it's hard to imagine there'd be a policy somewhere or a policy document that's written that says euthanise 7 out of 10. I mean, how do you have any explanation? I mean, specifically in regards to dogs, but other animals as well, about the euthanising rate, how it's come to be as high as it is, and the reasons perhaps behind it?
I know many other trainers in the industry, as I'm the president of this organisation, and I know a number of trainers that have worked in the behavioural unit of RSPCA New South Wales. Most of them have left with mental health issues based on the procedures that they had to apply. So what
Sorry, they being?
they've left with mental
They
health issues.
being what they had to just what
they
the reasons
had
were?
to do and see.
Yeah, right.
And so generally this 70% failure rate is basically a retrospective number process where this particular person would say to me that dogs would come in and, you know, they'd be of a certain breed and they go, nobody's going to buy this dog, so it would just get euthanized straight away. And there'd be other dogs that were very, very popular. Could be a Labrador Retriever or a Golden Retriever or something of that nature. It has no health problems, it's already desexed, and they would go and say, we can sell this one. And it was more about profit than ability. And the specific cases I could go into of starting to work with a dog and they said this dog's not suitable, and go, look, all we've got to do are these three things. They go, it'll take too much time, and euthanize the dog as well. So at the end of the day is they're probably presented with a lot of dogs, and this becomes the most efficient way of going through the process. But it doesn't meet the original obligation of their welfare and keeping them safe. And this is what the problem becomes.
I'm just wondering, are there other witnesses, anything that you'd like to contribute on this point about the RSPCA?
At this stage, thank you.
Okay, no, I think.
To other members, Mr. Fang?
Sure. Thank you very much for appearing today. I just wanted to, I guess, get a sense of some of the interactions that your organisation and membership might have had with the RSPCA. And subsequent to that, I guess, the feedback in relation to that interaction and how your members feel perhaps the seizure of animals and the interactions between themselves and inspectors, and if it's taken further with other upper echelons of the organisation, how they feel about the professionalism and the consideration that is shown to them.
All right, well, I don't have a lot of members that are actually getting approached by the inspectorate because I'm not sure that that's the level the inspectorate approach. They would normally go to pet owners and things like that, which are probably a little bit more vulnerable and uneducated. But what we have had, for example, 3 or 4 years ago, I was having a discussion with 2 inspectorate officers about the use of about euthanizing dogs. And I said, just if you could just entertain me, what would happen if I said, look, I have this little dog. He's a medium-sized dog. I don't know what breed he is. He's no trouble, but I don't want him anymore. I thought he'd be bigger or smaller or a different colour. So I rang up the RSPCA this morning, which I did, and I said, how much for me to drop him off there? And they told me close to $500. And I said, what is the chances that he will be rehomed? And they said, oh, we'll do the best we can, but we know it's a 3 in 10 chance. And they nodded and went, yes, I agree. And I said, but I rang the local vet and they said $150 to just euthanize the dog straight away. What would you do? And they said, well, I'd go for the $150 option. It's much cheaper. And I said, but you work for the Royal Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. And I said that the dog there's nothing wrong with him. And they just went, it's not against the law. And this is where it comes down to. It's simply a law enforcement principle of, are you doing something you can be fined for or are you not? And this is what we tend to be involved with, is going and saying, look, not all dogs are the same. In fact, almost no two are. They're individual creatures and they deserve that respect like people. And what will happen is when dogs come in and see me and they've got, I'll show you miles and miles of evidence of them coming in, being extremely human aggressive. And within a couple of days of me working with them, they're comfortable with me licking my face. 4 or 5 weeks of rehab, they go back and live with a family with our support. They live for another 10, 12 years, never have a problem again. And these dogs are not dogs that just jump on people. They are way, way, way worse. And that's what my business is known for. So at the end of the day, it's very possible to be able to get these dogs and give them individual care. And this is funded by the owners. Some of those owners love their dogs. They borrow the money to do this. Some of them have the money. Some of them save up for a long period of time. And what will occur is it's very possible. And the idea is if we're there realistically to make sure the animal has welfare, then we do what's needed for that particular animal in front of us. We don't limit ourselves to something that might not look good for us and stop donations coming in.
Right.
Ms. Hurst?
Yeah, I might just ask some more questions about the euthanasia rates and the annual reports. And this is something that we spoke about last year a lot when we did this inquiry, is the fact that it's very hard to sort of understand how many animals have actually been euthanised within the organisation. Do you think that there should be some kind of mandatory requirement around both RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League in regards to what should be reported on, so that everything is consistent each year and there's a lot more transparency around things like euthanasia and other things?
I think it's a good point. The other thing I'd suggest is that in 2019-2020 they published these statistics on their website, and it was almost 2,600 dogs that were euthanised that didn't respond to their behaviour modification programs. Since then, they don't publish that information. They include euthanasia for behaviour problems and medical problems in the same group, and that equates to around 92% of dogs. So that's just over 9 out of every 10 being put to sleep. Considering how much money that the government's giving them to save animals, we're down to 1 in 10 now. So us going along and looking retrospectively about what they're doing is probably too late. We need to be in a situation where they need to have someone overseeing what they're deciding who actually has expertise in rehabilitation.
And so would you see that, the panel before the last one, we talked about, some kind of independent oversight body. Is that something that your organisation supports as well?
Absolutely.
And how do you see that working?
Well, at the end of the day is that policy would have to be made where they would come along and we would design a criteria that the dog would have to meet in order to be euthanized. And what would have to be clear is that instead of putting our members will certainly come along and make these, assessments on the dogs as well. But rather than going to that expense, it might be a spot check where we come along and say which dogs are scheduled for euthanasia this week, where's their chart, how has this come to be? And at the end of the day, if we're finding that they're making good decisions and that's what it is, well then that's what it is. But at this stage, from the internal information that I get and using my own business as a model where there's more than 99.5% of success without government funding, it certainly is, unless this dog is a very marketable item, it's not going to make it through there.
And your submission also raises a lot about the lack of transparency generally about the operations.
Sure.
Apart from the stuff that we've talked about, is there anything else around the transparency that you think needs to change that you'd like to see as a recommendation?
I think that there's quite a number of Facebook groups that are private that actually cover, and they're called things like the RSPCA should be held accountable to a third party and bring the RSPCA to justice. And of course, there's people on there who are very passionate, those sort of people. And there's other people that said, look, we were in a drought. My 5 horses were a little thin, but my vet said they're in great condition. And the RSPCA come and seized them, and 2 days later put them through the auction and sold them for $20,000. They couldn't have put them in good health in 2 days. It just couldn't have happened. So at the end of the day, this was a great business venture, is go down and pick up all these horses and sell them for $20,000 profit. All you got to do is float them around. And how bad a condition could they be when they were sold 2 days later? And this happens to dogs, especially designer breed dogs, where they pick up French bulldogs and other dogs like that sell for $10,000 each. And the criteria of where they'll seize them is extremely low if they're worth money. If they're not worth any money, it becomes extremely high. And we've seen this from internal sources telling us this.
Have you got any screenshots of this or any evidence of these claims that
No,
you're
I can
able
put
to
it on
share with
notice
us?
and I
or
can
is
send it for you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
It's very, very common.
Ms. McDonald, do you have any questions at all? No? Can I just ask one? You said you knew a lot of people that used to work for the RSPCA in this behavioural modification
unit.
Sort of unit.
Yep.
Does that, to your knowledge, does that still exist,
Yes.
or is it just the vets on site
No,
doing the assessment?
Those assessors are there.
Okay, and to your knowledge, what is the level of training that's required or qualifications of those people in that behavioural modification?
This particular person had no qualifications. She was hired to go and learn on the job there.
Right. Okay. And I guess for the benefit of the committee, what level of qualification do you hold and do your members hold?
They all vary. So, based on my age, there wasn't so many courses of dog training here. So most of my stuff was done in the US and Europe. But I hold a Certificate 3 in behaviour. I'm an ANKC breeder, accredited dog behaviour specialist, accredited dog obedience trainer, law enforcement dog trainer.
Okay. And most of those courses are done at a certificate level or a diploma level?
Yep.
Okay. But to your knowledge, RSPCA doesn't require any of their
This person
behavioural
had no
unit team.
qualifications.
So thank you. Mr Murphy, do you have any questions?
No, Chair, no questions.
No?
from me.
Mr Donnelly? No?
No, no further ones, no.
Okay. Is there anything that you think that we've missed or any burning that you want to get out? That
Particular recommendations.
particular recommendations or anything like that that you don't want to leave this room before we...
Look, I think it's a big problem. I don't think it's anything that will be resolved with anything I say or don't say. I do think that a group that benefits from the work that they do in terms of finding people, seizing animals and things like that needs to have a pretty, strong overwatch. And that needs to be a third party that doesn't benefit either way what they do. And that needs to be spot checked or constantly checked. Animals are important to people these days. And as the more people find out what's happening, at the end of the day, the buck stops with the people and the government. And when this is happening and all these dogs are being put to sleep, it's explained through behaviour problems, but what level? I mean, there are things that if a dog bites you, there's a bite scale. And what will happen is we're talking about a dog that bumped into you with his tooth, might be a 1. We're talking about a dog that held you down and was trying to kill you, might be a 5. There is none of these things used in their assessments. So the problem is that as soon as it's difficult or it doesn't respond to here's a handful of food, change your lifestyle, then it's just too difficult and passed on.
Have you seen any documentation around their assessments? Do they produce a report? Do they? Talked about a bite scale, and
I've seen them on YouTube, and someone's recorded them and so on like that, assessing a litter of puppies and deciding to put them all to sleep at 6 weeks because they thought they might be too aggressive.
Right.
When those parts of their brains haven't developed yet. But
are those YouTube links still active, or
They
will
might
we
be,
able to point the committee in the direction of?
I'll take it on notice and find them for you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yep, so those sort of things. And as I said before, often it's a matter of walking past the cage, looking at the age of the dog, the condition of the dog, the breed of the dog, and going yes or no before any assessments are even done. And that's what the staff have told me. That's why they couldn't work there anymore. And one of them I hired and couldn't continue working because they were traumatised by what they'd seen and done.
Okay, thank you.
Just
Yeah.
jumping in again. Sorry, Chair. Scott, you talked about your experience overseas,
Yes.
which was interesting. I'm just wondering, is there any points or comments or reflections you'd like to make about the way in which animal welfare is managed overseas in your experience compared to what's operating here in Australia?
For a good example, the RSPCA in the UK is very similar to the one we have here. As we're all under the Kingdom, that's probably an influencing factor. But in other countries throughout Europe, they're quite different. If you've ever been to, for instance, France, Paris, you can take your dog into a restaurant. As soon as you come in and stop, they bring the dog a bowl of water. They're welcome just about anywhere. But the dog requires to be trained. They can't be running around crazy and things like that. So at the end of the day, when this starts to happen, it's a culture to have your dog where it should be. In Sweden, Scandinavia and other places where IKEA are, they have little bays outside that when you go with your dog, you put your dog on a little bay there and it waits there while you go in and do your shopping. It's air conditioned, it gets drinks and food and all that sort of stuff.
Can it help you build that furniture too?
Sorry, I wish they did. The flat packs are tricky, so that's what I mean. It depends on every other country, but New Zealand, for example, is very proactive. They, for example, have policies to protect the kiwi. It's their national bird, and they use remote training collars to make sure that dogs are not going to be killing those, and the dog must be wearing one of those when it's in an area so it doesn't do that, and the dog can be taught through aversion training or obedience training not to be killing other animals. This can happen with our dogs here too.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Courtney and Ms. Shabcroft, for your time. I think you did take some questions on notice, so the Secretariat will be in touch in terms of those and getting them back to you. But yeah, thank you for the evidence you've given, and thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you very much.
Appreciated.
Yeah, well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. we might get started if you are all ready. Okay. We welcome our next witnesses from the Animal Welfare League. So starting with Mr. Albin on my left, can you state your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Stephen Albin, I'm the CEO of the Animal Welfare League New South Wales, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
I'm Linda Geddes, President, Animal Welfare League New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Amanda Gray, I'm Chief Inspector at Animal Welfare League. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, would either of you, any of you, like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, I'll make that statement.
Thank you.
We'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address the inquiry into approved charitable organisations under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1979. I'm joined by my President of AWL New South Wales, Ms Linda Geddes, and our Chief Inspector, Amanda Gray. AWL New South Wales was formed in 1958 in Western Sydney by a group of community leaders concerned about the welfare of animals. In the early days, its members undertook risky assignments to uncover instances of cruelty and report those to the authority. This was the genesis of AWL New South Wales inspectorate function. However, it wasn't until there was a legislative backing that AWL New South Wales's inspectorate function became institutionalised. With the introduction of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act in 1979, the roles and responsibilities of the inspectorate were codified and the role of the inspectorate was widened. Up until 2023, AWL New South Wales only received $70,000 per annum in funding to run an inspectorate, which cost us about $1 million per year to operate. AWL, as an organisation, doesn't only provide inspectorate services. It's a complex business with some 3,500 animals rehomed each year. We operate an animal shelter, foster care services, a veterinary clinic, an animal care truck, an inspectorate, and we have over 20 branches. In 2023, it had a non-medical euthanasia rate of 0.32%. And I'm glad to report that in 2024, this rate has fallen to 0.2%. It has annual revenues of approximately $10 million and expenses of $10.3 million. In 2023-24, AWL New South Wales, for the first time in its history, was the recipient of significant government grants. First grant was a $1.9 million mobile animal care services grant. This grant's enabled AWL New South Wales to provide animal checkups and vaccinations in regional and remote areas to households who wouldn't typically have the money to visit a vet. In its first year, more than 2,800 animals were seen by the service and 28 locations in regional and rural New South Wales were visited. In 1 year, we've reached 50% of our 3-year forecast of animals to be seen. The second grant is the Rehoming Review grant of $5.5 million from the Office of Local Government. The bulk of this grant was for enforcement and $500,000 was for domestic violence. AWL New South Wales will create an animal care precinct at its West Hoxton site, which includes an inspectorate command centre. It will also have 3 regional animal centres in Bega, Orange and Glen Innes. 3 new inspectors have been employed, trained and licensed to run these regional centres. They are presently operational. In total, we now have 7 inspectors. Leases have been secured for 2 of the 3 centres and fit-out costs are being approved. The Inspectorate Command Centre is presently going through the development approval process. This grant has seen a significant increase in inspectorate activity within the organisation, almost double the number originally anticipated with the addition of the new inspectors. Out of the 96 kennels that we have at our Kemps Creek shelter, 42 of them are presently taken up by inspectorate cases. AWL New South Wales is required to report to the Minister under 34B(3) of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1979. The latest report is for the year ending June 2023, and this was prior to the OLG grant funding. AWL New South Wales received 1,133 cruelty complaints and attended 1,678 cases. Most of those cases related to neglect rather than cruelty. Most codes of practice inspections related to pet shops and boarding kennels. In that year, AWL New South Wales seized some 136 animals and 187 were surrendered. Our inspectors are highly trained in all aspects of animal behaviour, which sets them apart from other enforcement officers. AWL New South Wales also has specialised facilities to house inspectorate cases. Thank you for the opportunity to attend this hearing and we look forward to answering any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. I'll just... Well, the committee's agreed to have free-flowing questions. I'll just look for someone to take the first lot.
Yeah.
Ms Hurst?
Great. Thank you for coming today. How many inspectors does the Animal Welfare League have at present?
We have seven,
Seven?
inspectors. So there's 4 metro inspectors, including myself, and 3 regional inspectors.
And so I believe, according to the previous annual report, it was 5, so it's now gone up to 7?
Yeah, we lost a couple of staff members. They pursued other interests, and then we were able to employ more with the grant that we received. So we were able to make sure our metro team was restored after losing some staff, and we were also able to employ 3 regional inspectors as well.
Great, thank you. And can I ask how the enforcement operations have actually improved as a result of the funding? How is it different day to day? There's a couple more inspectors, but what does that mean on the ground?
It means on the ground that we're able to respond to more reactive complaints. We are receiving more phone calls and emails of people concerned about animals, so we're able to respond more to those. We're also able to conduct more proactive inspections. So our regional inspectors at the moment are currently taking out proactive inspections of pet shops, boarding facilities, breeders, horse agistment places, all those sort of animal trades that holds those businesses that hold animals.
Thank you. When I look at the reports, it seems that the number of attendances hasn't increased much. 2021 to 22 was 1,534. 2022 to 2023 was 1,678. Will we see a much larger number then next year? Is that kind of like just a slower sort of layover from when the money has come in?
Yeah, I believe so. And I also think that the numbers weren't that increased last time in last report because we were able to make decisions pretty quickly in regards to particular cases rather than having to recheck them over and over again and monitor them. We've already noticed this year an increase in attendances, and that is likely to keep increasing.
Thank you. With only 7 inspectors and a few of those regional, are all of your inspectors going out in pairs?
No, it would be preferable. I've only been chief for 2 months officially, but in that time I've made it clear that if we go to apartment blocks in particular, which can be quite dangerous, or areas where we know there can be dangerous people, particularly in lower socioeconomic areas, we will get flagged by police or RSPCA inspectors that have been to those places, and they will often notify us that people can be a bit dangerous in those areas. So it would be preferable for staff safety to be going out in pairs. I would absolutely love that, but most of the time our inspectors are all by themselves when they go out to attendances.
And so how much of the 5.5 million has actually been spent?
I'll send that over to our CEO, Stephen.
Look, I'll take that on notice, but what the grant is paying for is the operational costs of our inspectorate. So our expenses, which are forecast 2024, is 990,000. Our inspectorate vet costs are 95,000, and our inspectorate holding costs, so they're the animals in our shelter, is about 1.2 million.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we've spent. We've also spent money on equipment for the inspectors, but I'll be happy to give you the detailed breakdown and I'll take that on notice.
Can I ask if the whole 5.5 million has been spent?
No, it has not.
Do you think that it will be spent soon, or is there
No,
timeline?
There will still be a little bit long until the development occurs. So until we get our DA through Liverpool Council, and that's a big chunk of our money, like 1.2, 1.3 million. We won't have spent it, so we need to get the development approvals through.
Okay, so there's some money remaining, but that's only because there's a development
Delay in
application
development, yeah.
delay. Okay, that makes sense. And so none of that money will be spent on making sure that there's 2 inspectors going out because there's not enough within that 5.5?
No, that wasn't the way that we operated prior to the grant. We operated as sole inspectors, and we had we'd invested in technology to ensure some Motorola equipment to ensure that we could track and have emergency alarms and alerts, so we could go one out.
I mean, I'm assuming that, you know, the police and the DPI and now the RSPCA are attempting to go out in pairs for safety reasons. Yep. Would you like to see funding to ensure that Animal Welfare League inspectors could also go out in pairs? I know that,
definitely.
You know, we've obviously highlighted apartments and things like that, but obviously domestic violence is often associated with animal cruelty complaints, and I'm assuming it would be a big impact for people in regional areas where people own guns.
Yeah, now we've got 7 inspectors. It would be great if we could have 2 out on each trip. You see, 7's almost like a critical mass for us to be able to service complaints in areas around Sydney. So, but if we had double the inspectors, it would even be better.
So you'd need sort of funding to double the inspectorate. And what would that be? I'm happy for you to take that on notice. What would that look like as a funding?
Well, if you just
proposal.
Yeah, we'll have to take that on notice. But if you just use the figures like the expenses of about $1 million, the vet costs of about 100,000 and 1.2 million for the holding costs of the animals, if it doubles. Actually, you may not even have that because you're probably doing the same number of animals. So it'd be like $1 million and 100,000.
Your as part of the money, I think it was 5.5, but the 0.5 was specifically, my understanding was for domestic violence training. Has that money been spent?
No, that money hasn't been spent as yet. So we are in discussions with an organisation, a domestic violence organisation, for them to give us some advice on how we would undertake the training of our inspectors in those circumstances. And another part of that money as well, we're having 15 dedicated kennels for domestic violence cases in our West Hoxton Command Centre as well.
Did your officers undertake training when the RSPCA did their training in that area?
Yes, we did. It was myself and 3 other inspectors, one of which has left since that time, but we were able to go to RSPCA headquarters and sit in on that domestic violence training last year.
Okay, great. And the RSPCA was happy for AWL to sort of sit in and that RSPCA would cover the expenses for that?
We like to collaborate with their inspectors and have a nice working relationship, and so they were happy for us to sit in and learn while we're at that domestic violence course. We've also attended other courses where inspectors from RSPCA have also been in attendance.
Mm-hmm. So, Mr. Alban, I understand the 15 kennels, but what's the extra advice then that you're receiving?
We're looking at doing an education campaign on domestic violence and animals. So that was what we were looking at, talking to domestic violence organisations, because also we want to get the message out there amongst those that are affected, and that's probably a pretty effective way to do that.
Great, thank you. Unlike the RSPCA, the Animal Welfare League doesn't have an in-house prosecutor or legal counsel. How do you ensure then that the inspectors are up to date on legal advice about their powers under POCTA and where they can or cannot take action in potential cruelty cases?
We have a good relationship with the DPI, so if there are any questions that we need to know, they're very supportive in answering those questions. We also have one solicitor that we're able to call at any time, and he will also provide pro bono advice for us as well.
And is that available for all inspectors to just ring
Yes.
to get that advice at
Yes.
any point in time?
Yes.
My office received correspondence that an Animal Welfare League inspector actually told a member of the public that they couldn't assist in the case of a companion animal being abandoned because it fell under the Public Spaces Unattended Property Act. So this was a case where 2 individuals dumped a carrier at a Bunnings facility, and the Animal Welfare League inspectors said that they weren't able to attend and assist. The Act actually specifically doesn't cover companion animals. Does that concern you, that the team doesn't necessarily seem to understand when certain acts come into play in certain circumstances?
It's a very ambiguous definition, and it's one that I would welcome a review of in terms of abandonment versus dumping. I am aware of that particular case, and our team were only notified almost a month after the fact where those animals were dumped at that particular place. The informant told me that she called the RSPCA and the police the day the animals were dumped, and they weren't able to respond to that case, seemingly because they work under different jurisdiction. And so it was only 3.5 weeks after that where the animals were actually safe and in care that we were contacted. And we were contacted to see if we could actually follow up and potentially fine or prosecute the people involved in dumping those animals. There is a lot of confusion about the dumping definition in POCTA, and we've often attended cases where a dog's been tied up in a park, and when we've arrived, council rangers have also arrived, and we sort of figure out who's going to take that animal because they work under Section 32 of the Impounding Act, whereas we work under Section 11 of POCTA for abandonment. So there's constant crossover between councils and POCTA officers, and the definition is very, very blurry. How we see abandonment generally is where an animal's been left behind at a private dwelling, like an apartment or a house, and the people have just moved out and left that animal. Generally, that's how we see abandonment, and obviously we will check on that animal within a 24-hour period. If it hasn't been attended or fed or watered, we'll provide that for them, but then we'll check in that period, and if our stickers haven't been torn and then no contact been made, then we will seize that animal. But like I said previously, I would actually really welcome a review of POCTA so that we're able to make a definitive understanding of what abandonment actually means.
And I agree with you there. I guess I'm just a bit confused as to why, where your concern is around the public land, and so you're saying that if an animal is dumped or abandoned on public land, that it then falls under the Public Spaces Act, even though companion animals don't fall under that act? It was considered the Public Spaces Act, but it's also under Section 32 of the Impounding Act, where animals cannot be left unattended. And like I said, there's always a crossover with council about that. We are constantly talking with council rangers about that. Often they will follow up cases of abandonment of animals left in public spaces, and they will find those people. Other times they want to delegate that over to us. And do you feel that part of POCTA should be only private land, or should it also be public land as well when you're talking about an animal that's been abandoned? Yeah, I think it's a case-by-case basis. We will definitely take animals that on public land that are in terrible condition or require veterinary treatment. I would welcome, though, a definite review of that. If it means that we have to attend on public land and collect that animal that's been abandoned, if it's been reviewed and approved, then we can do that. But I would definitely welcome that. It has been a frustration for our inspectors and RSPCA inspectors and rangers for a very long time. Thank you. Mr. Alban, your 2022-23 annual report doesn't actually include the number of animals euthanased. It just has a figure of 4%, which is slightly confusing because we don't actually know the total number of animals that were actually in care. Can you advise, and I'm happy for you to take this on notice, the total number of animals in Animal Welfare League's care in the last financial year and the total number of animals euthanased?
Yep, can do that.
It seems that the reporting and the statistics in the annual report changes quite dramatically each year, and I have noticed that as well with the RSPCA. It does make it very difficult to evaluate year on year, you know, what organisations are doing, you know, better or what is slipping and what probably needs more funding, for example. Would you support some kind of standardised reporting so that was, you know, the same each year?
Definitely. I think following the last inquiry, and I read the paper, the Parliamentary Research Office did correctly point out that some of the figures in there were sort of different between the organisations. I tried to compare them. I found it difficult as well. So if you've got a standard chart of accounts or you want standard information, we're happy to provide that.
Thank you. The Animal Welfare League has historically had much lower euthanasia rates compared to the RSPCA. I'm wondering what you attribute that to.
I think it's a philosophy that we have in the organisation. So, you know, our Head of Animal Welfare Services, Sam March, has changed the focus in our organisation considerably with respect to euthanasia. And we spend a lot of time trying to change the behaviour of animals. We also don't put a cap on how long they can stay in our shelter. Yeah, everything is integrated in terms of that animal journey, and we're focusing on that. But yeah, we have very low non-medical euthanasia rates at the moment.
And outside of funding, and this might be a question for the Chief Inspector, but outside of funding, I'm wondering what other law reform changes that you'd like to see in order to be able to assist in actually responding to animal cruelty complaints more generally.
Oh, could you repeat the question, Emma?
Sorry. Outside of funding, I'm just wondering what other law reform changes that you'd like to see. So what sort of legislation needs to be reviewed or changed in order for inspectors to be able to respond to animal cruelty complaints more effectively?
I think, a review of POCTA, especially the abandonment definition that I mentioned previously, and also tethering. I think that would be welcome to be reviewed so that we're able to do our enforcement activities a lot more precisely and without confusion. I do think in some cases, the harsher fines and possibly mandatory sentencing needs to be imposed. But yeah, I think a review of POCTA would definitely help us out.
Can you explain what your concerns are around the tethering?
It's not clear. Obviously, it's not favourable to have to tether an animal at all, but it's not clear in terms of how often that animal should be let off the tether. We've got in certain areas 1 hour, 4 hours in a 24-hour period. It's not clear, and either like how long the tether should be. We roughly go by 3 metres, and then that the tether can't be too heavy on the animal, and that it's easy to unhook as well, and the animal doesn't get tangled up. It's not favourable at all. It's not something you want to see when we turn up to a place and see a dog tethered. But yeah, I would like to see a bit of a reform or a change in terms of how a dog should be tethered, if it needs to be.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass to Miss Boyd, who's online, so you'll see her face pop up on your side of the screen, hopefully.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to our witnesses. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. So just in relation to that domestic violence funding and the training that you were talking about, is that being done in coordination with the government's coercive control task force, do you know?
I'm unaware. I don't think it is.
Yeah, okay. But you're in touch with, I guess, the credible organisations in the DV
space
sector that are sort of connected in with that work as well, I hope?
I will thank you for that advice. I'll make connection with that government group.
That would be great. Okay, excellent. Can I ask about the mobile vet truck? are we still, I've lost track, we've got one truck, or do we have more than one now?
Oh, we have one truck.
Yep.
That truck has been, thanks to the grant, it's had new steps put on it. It's been modified again, so we don't need to tow around a big generator around the state, so it's a lot more mobile. And as I said last year, 2,800 animals were seen by us in rural and regional areas.
Excellent. And how is that staffed? Do you have a permanent vet team, or do they travel out from, is it Kemps Creek?
Yeah, so it's a bit of a lot of the staff like going on those trips, and we have vets that go on it. So our veterinary practice will take a couple of vets out of there to take them on the trip. Other staff who work in the shelter as animal attendants, sometimes they will go, and we'll have veterinary nurses going as well. But there is no permanent staff. There's a project manager within our organisation that coordinates the trips.
And do you have any, I guess, data on the numbers of how many trips are being made, and things like the numbers of desexing and the numbers of microchipping that's being done?
So yes, we do. So we don't really de-sex on the truck. It's very difficult in terms of getting licences, but we've just got one in Narromine, which is great, and we have done some in Dubbo, but I'm happy to provide a full report to you on that.
That reminds me, I remember now that there was, because you have, under the Act, you don't have a licence for the actual truck as a surgery, is that right?
That's right.
So that Yep. Okay. Which is something we possibly need to fix. And in terms of sort of when you choose to go out and do those desexing runs, is that just based on, not desexing, the microchipping, is that based on, a sort of a perceived need, or do you have a schedule in advance of where you're going with the truck?
Yes, we have a schedule that we do at the beginning of the year. So one of the key challenges that we had with the truck is we don't own the motor, so we have to hire a truck and a truck driver, as in the motor truck and truck driver. So we need to plan a year out, and we try to get areas in clusters. So we know where a lot of the issues are, but we'll visit areas on a specific route 3 at a time, typically, and do it over 4 days.
Yeah, okay. And so what is the capacity to scale that up in terms of, if you did get the additional funding, would you have the resources and I guess the capability to get the numbers of people that you would need to be able to sort of scale that process up?
That is a good question. I haven't looked at that yet, because I've had to come to grips with how expensive it was to operate it. And we've managed to change its operations a fair bit to be cost effective. So I've got to this stage, I hadn't actually thought about expanding it, but if there was an opportunity to do that, we could certainly do more work.
Yeah, do you mind just taking our notice just
Yes.
to have a sort of even just a ballpark figure for sort of, how you could do it and how wide you could go, I guess, with just the one truck. But having more funding for more staff, etc., what that would look like, that would be very useful. Thank you. That's all I have for now, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Boyd. Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Ms. Gray, you mentioned that you had 3 regional inspectors. Are you able to provide some information as to where you have those inspectors located?
So we have one in Bega, one in Glen Innes, and one in Orange.
Thank you. We heard earlier today that sometimes it's the case that you will respond to a complaint and another organisation, say the RSPCA, might also respond to a complaint. Could you provide some insight as to what happens when 2 organisations tasked with investigating animal welfare issues turn up at the same place at the same time to look at an issue?
So it happens a fair bit, actually. So whoever gets there first basically takes the case. So we will check with RSPCA if the person of interest has said that RSPCA has already attended, or if they haven't. We will call to confirm if an inspector is actually on that case. But generally, once one of us has taken the case on, the other organisation leaves that case to that organisation.
Okay. In the circumstance where a complaint is made, say to a government organisation, what would be the protocol of that organisation to refer it on? So I guess the way that I would look at it is, say, National Parks and Wildlife Service might receive a complaint that there's been an animal that's been injured on their, say, in one of their national parks, and they wish to do an investigation. Who would they seek to contact in that circumstance?
If it was a native animal, then we would suggest calling WISE.
Let's assume that the animal's deceased, but there's certainly signs that it wasn't an accident.
Well, RSPCA or Animal Welfare League inspectors would be able to help investigate that.
And does the government usually choose one or the other?
Generally, the government will choose RSPCA because they're a much larger organisation and they have many more inspectors than we do.
Right. Does the government ever seek to get advice from the Animal Welfare League where perhaps the RSPCA might be conflicted in any way?
I haven't experienced that personally, but I'm sure we would be consulted if there was a concern, and would be able to proceed from there.
Okay.
Generally, we like to have a good working relationship with the RSPCA because they often help us out with a lot of cases that are much larger than we can deal with as well.
And I guess we're sort of getting to the nub of where I'm getting with a lot of these questions, is that there seems to be a lot of corporate agreement between some of the entities and I guess professional respect. And that's not unusual in a lot of circumstances. So I would guess that there's a level of mutual respect and camaraderie between the Animal Welfare League and the RSPCA. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, look, it's beneficial for us to get along with each other. And I'm just speaking just by inspectors alone, because that's all I've experienced with, but we are actually friends with a lot of other inspectors and are able to ask them for assistance or they ask us for assistance. So it's a good working relationship there.
So there's a collegiate sort of a bond between the inspector level.
Inspector level, yeah. As far as that's all I can speak to. Yeah.
Okay. If there was, I guess, a government organisation, I've indicated that there's the National Parks and Wildlife Service, but let's go with Racing New South Wales, shall we say, for the moment. Racing New South Wales comes across a circumstance that they find that's concerning, and they advise the Animal Welfare League that they would seek to have that matter further investigated. What would be the process from that point on for you?
We would have to get all the information that they have. If they've got any evidence, photographic evidence, they would have to provide an informant that would be happy to be able to speak in court if need be.
Okay.
And then we would be able to follow that up. They'd make the complaint. We'd assess it in terms of urgency.
Okay.
And then we would go out and, if they requested that, we would go out and actually attend to that case.
So in that circumstance then, say you've got the Racing New South Wales indicating that there's, I guess, a number of horses of unknown origin that are perhaps being slaughtered in an illegal knackery somewhere. How long do you think it would take for you to triage and determine what would be required in relation to a site visit?
I know Racing New South Wales has their own type of inspectorate where they can check on their animals and follow up on animals that aren't being raced anymore.
Yep.
It depends on the size of the operation and the case involved. We're a very, very small
And of
team.
course, this is a complete hypothetical, but I'm going to say that inspectorate, that Racing New South Wales inspectorate, is actually, and I'll surmise, has made the actual referral onwards. How long would it take you to triage, do you think? Would it take months?
No, we would endeavour to get onto that case as soon as possible. Whenever any cruelty case comes in, we will endeavour to do that within that days.
Okay.
In a big operation, maybe a week.
Okay. So a week. Let's go with a week. Then I guess let's presume you visit the site on the advice of Racing New South Wales, and you do a site inspection. Let's assume for the moment that you find approximately 500 carcasses on that property. And obviously Racing New South Wales has referred you, so there's concerns around whether they're thoroughbreds or not. How long do you think it would take you to make a determination in relation to whether or not there's been some animal welfare concerns in relation to that incident?
I can't speculate, but yeah, it would depend on that situation, as whatever we saw, what information we received. I can't speculate on how long that would actually take, though.
Okay. And if you were, say, you discovered that there's an unapproved illegal knackery that's operating there, that perhaps these horses are being slaughtered for horse meat, and you become aware that the owner, the operator of that property is not only now on the excluded list with Racing New South Wales, but has had his rehoming approval removed by National Parks and Wildlife Service, you might seek to actually do some further investigation. Would that be?
That would definitely require further investigation and also consultation through other government agencies in terms of that as well.
Okay. In that circumstance, would that sound like something where there's been some animal welfare concerns?
It definitely sounds like there's been animal welfare concerns.
Okay. And how long do you think it would take you to finalise an investigation and commence prosecution?
It really depends. I wouldn't be able to give an answer to that.
Would 4 months, do you think, be a reasonable time frame?
It really depends on resourcing,
Okay.
and also.
Let's say you had, I don't know, $26 million of government money resourced to you. How long do you think it might take you then?
It would depend on evidence I could get from veterinary, from vets and other stakeholders involved as well.
Okay.
But I wouldn't be able to speculate on how long. I haven't had to deal with a case such as that as yet.
Okay. Let's shift track a bit. And sorry, Chair, I know I'm
I know Ms McDonald had a hand up for a question too, so I'll just.
You have one more.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got a few more. I've got quite a few more.
I know, so do other people. So.
Okay. Well, that's why I just thought I wouldn't be selfish, and I would just see.
Ms McDonald, do you want to fire off a question, and then I'll fire off a couple, and then we'll go back to Mr. Fang if no one else is sitting.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Mr. Album, in your CEO's message, you said that AWLNS has successfully navigated a tumultuous 3 years, and now you've emerged. Can you just go into a little bit of detail about what those 3 years entailed?
Well, I think the 3 years started with the bushfires. Then in terms of those bushfires, we used that vet truck. It was located in Tathra, and then we went into floods, and we helped out at the Northern Rivers, and then we went through COVID. The organisation lost significant amounts of money during those periods, so we were about $2.5 million deficit and we've managed to claw a fair bit of that back. And what we've done is we wanted to focus on the animal journey. So we call it a hope to love journey, and focus on getting better outcomes for animals and finding them their forever home. And, we've got a whole lot of ways that we do that. One is through proactive engagement, and that basically sets the tone for our inspectorate. That's a pretty major one, and there are a whole lot of other areas as well, such as look at our products and services, build our foster network. So it's important to know that we now have more animals in foster care than we do in our shelter, and that's intentional in our organisation because foster is a lot more cost effective than running shelters, and our branch networks are very effective at rehoming animals. But look, we've got through those 3 years. We now have funding for the inspectorate, which has made it a lot easier as well. And yeah, we hope to be able to rehome a lot more animals over the coming years.
Thank you. And I do, because I'm from the regions, and I know the branch that you have in Armidale. So I was going to ask the next question, which you alluded to, was your proactive engagement. Can you talk a little bit more about what that entails?
So would you like to do that, Linda? Given we've got a branch member here. Linda is from...
Eurobadella branch, yeah. Look, every staff member, every volunteer across New South Wales for AWL New South Wales that actively engage out into the community, promoting what we do. As Mr. Albin mentioned, seeking foster carers for our animals provides better outcomes for those animals because they're living in homes with family members. And so that's part of the engagement that we certainly undertake, is to talk to members of the public about what we do, how we do it, and seek more people to assist in those better outcomes for the animals. And by and large, out in the branches, and all branches are volunteer members, they're very successful in taking in animals, finding permanent care for them and their future homes.
Thank you. And Ms. Gray, you said rather than being reactive in some of your visits, you're proactive. Can you explain what that means?
So reactive is when a member of the public has called in to make a complaint about an act of neglect or cruelty to an animal, whereas our proactive inspections is if inspectors have time throughout their day, if they're in an area and they can see a trade that's holding animals or selling animals, they'll do those active inspections.
So it isn't because someone has raised a concern, it's you're in the area? And
yeah, generally in the area, or they'll have a look online if they're in a particular area that day and they have time to do another job. They'll have a look online and see what businesses are in those areas and conduct those trades inspections. They also want to have good working relationships with those people as well, but it means that those attendances are generally unannounced, so the inspector will go into that business and be able to offer advice if modifications need to be done. Otherwise, they just check that the codes are actually upheld and everything is compliant.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I might just ask some questions about the finances and the grants, Mr. Albin. In your financial statements for 2023, it's on page 7, it says that you received grants of $7.987 million roughly. But then on page 16 of that same financial statement, it lists grants as $346,890. And then if you look at the snapshot which appears on the ACNC register, it says that that government grants equated to 3.52% of your revenue, which is $296,716. Can you help explain that discrepancy between the different financial figures for grants?
So our figures they're audited, independently audited. But look, if I can take that on notice, I'm not aware of those. I'm happy to give you the response to that. It could be a classification error, it could be a timing issue.
Yep.
I'm happy to do that further.
Yes, sure, no problems at all. Thank you. Can I ask you about the minimum training or qualifications that you require of your inspectors? What is the minimum qualification that you'll accept for someone that's applying for a job for an inspector? Do you have a minimum qualification?
Yeah, I think. Sorry, Amanda, I'll let you.
Yeah, look, they need to have animal experience, animal handling experience. So
That's not a qualification.
Certificate
that's an experience.
two, yeah, certificate two in animal studies
Yep.
would be preferable. If they've got a background or certificate in veterinary nursing.
So it's not. You say it's preferable, but not. You don't have a set in stone. This is the minimum that we'll accept.
They also come from enforcement backgrounds as well, so we do get police that apply for our jobs too. But if I'm looking at hiring someone, I definitely want that animal experience there. So if they've done a certificate 2 at least in animal studies,
Yeah.
if they've done their government investigations course, that's also a bonus. But I'm looking at hiring people that have had previous experience, either zookeeping experience as well, dog training experience, but with the relevant certification followed up with that.
Would you employ somebody that doesn't have a certificate in government investigation? And if so, how quickly would you put them out in the field?
Yeah.
Before they've done that or would you not put them out in the field until they've done that qualification?
It's not vital that they have that qualification. They're learning on the job, so they're learning with other inspectors and myself about POCTA and the legislation and following that. But they usually are trained on the job. If they haven't already got it, they can be trained on the job, and we will pay for that course to be done by them.
How does that on-the-job training work when you've just previously spoke about only going one out because you don't have enough staff? How would you mentor that person on the job if you're only going one out? Or would you make it a point of you as the chief inspector of shadowing them and mentoring them for a period of time?
Yeah, so when they are hired, they have to go through an authorisation process. So their authorisation is done at the DPI, and that can take between 4 and 8 weeks sometimes for that to be processed. In that time, they're not allowed to actually go out by themselves and do attendances. They have to shadow an inspector. Also, in that time, it's very valuable for them to be learning about POCTA and also doing any extra study, as in that government investigations course as well, before they get authorised.
And what's involved in that authorisation process at DPI?
So we do the hiring at first if we think the person is suitable, and then with the DPI we will send off their resume, also their driver's licence, passport photo, any certificates that they've done in terms of behaviour, if they've done that government investigation course, and a letter of recommendation from myself.
Okay.
And that's all sent off to DPI for them to then assess and then get approved with the minister.
Okay. Can I ask about a hypothetical question as well, not as elaborately put as Mr. Fain, but
Go on.
what are the I'll try. What are the guidelines for an inspector who would come across a potential biosecurity issue? Obviously, there's been a lot of issues around biosecurity over the last couple of years. Say a spreadable disease or pathogen like parvo. If you went into a suspected parvo outbreak, but you also saw animal welfare concerns on top of that, what is the priority? Seizing the animal or containing potential communicable outbreak? What is do you have a procedure for this at all?
We do. We have we wear PPE in terms of if there is parvo outbreak. We will notify shelter, and we'll have an isolation area in the veterinary clinic and in shelter for animals that are suffering from infectious diseases. The animal needs veterinary treatment first and foremost if they have parvo, in your example. So that animal will be given veterinary treatment in isolation at our veterinary, our shelter veterinary clinic.
So you wouldn't keep them on the property or on site and administer that treatment?
I wouldn't be able to keep it on the property if it wasn't receiving sufficient vet treatment, because animals will die from parvo.
Yeah,
so dogs
sure.
will die from parvo.
In terms of your complaints handling process, Mr. Album, can you talk us through that, how a complaint's handled around animal welfare leagues, or concerned around animal welfare leagues activities, And if you could give us a figure for the last financial year, how many complaints have you received, and how many have you enacted upon?
So, is this just for the inspectorate or for?
Yeah, let's just say the inspectorate.
So do you know, we have not, I am unaware of receiving any complaints about the operations of our inspectorate. I'm not aware of any.
Okay. How would you handle that? Someone wants to complain about a particular inspector or chief inspector?
We'd normally do an investigation into the matter. So we have policies and procedures with respect to any complaints, whether it's internal, external, and it often runs with either myself, we get HR involved, talk to myself, but HR is the key source of the complaint mediation process. And ultimately, once that is done, and if there is a cause for further investigation, we'll get an independent investigator in to investigate the matter.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Stefan, I'll throw it back to you unless there's other
I'll
questions.
just see if the government's got any questions.
Mr.
before-
Primrose?
Just one briefly, if I can. We heard earlier today from the Australian Veterinary Association about essentially the fragmentation of responsibilities, within this field, and so many different agencies involved. Obviously, resource constraints, as they state, can impede effective oversight and prosecution. This is further complicated by the involvement of multiple agencies, often like DPI, New South Wales Health, VPB and the police, each approaching the issue from a different perspective, and to which we'd obviously add local government because, as you mentioned earlier, this fragmentation often leads to breaches not being investigated and contributes to a lack of clarity on jurisdictional responsibilities. I was wondering if you could comment on that, please, whether you'd agree with that statement and what should happen as a consequence if you do.
Me?
Actually, I'll address it first. I've been in many other industries, and the number of clearance points in this industry are no greater than the property industry, for instance. Like, you've got a lot of agencies that you're dealing with there as well. If you reduce the number of clearance points in any industry and the joint action that's required, it often makes it a lot easier for things to happen in terms of prosecutions. So, yeah, look, this is not, you need checks and balances in industries in an industry to ensure that that you're doing the right thing as well. So it is. I don't think it's a major issue, but Amanda, you might have a different view on that.
Look, we follow up any complaint. We do receive complaints from vets as well in terms of following up cases that they've not had return to them in terms of veterinary treatment. So yeah, I just want to say that we will follow up on any other complaints made to us as best as possible and in a timely manner.
Do you suggest then that there's no lack of clarity on jurisdictional responsibilities between those many agencies that are involved?
Oh, there can be. So
are there or are there not?
Yeah, there are.
Okay, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so you've got the Companion Animals Act and you've got POCTA. Just those two acts alone create confusion in terms of regulation and who does what when. And I think we spoke about that earlier with regards to the rangers and the inspectorate. So areas like that do cause confusion. Do you have any other examples, Amanda?
That's the only example I can use for now, but I can take it on notice.
Please, and could you also take on notice how does an inspector, as the chair's questioning earlier, without any formal training, who's sent out by themselves, decide what an appropriate jurisdiction is?
Yes, I can take that on notice, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask something clarifying? I'm just looking up online. I don't think the Impounding Act exists anymore. Can I just make sure we're talking about the same act?
Yeah, so when I was talking to rangers earlier today, they still mentioned Section 32 of the Impounding Act in terms of an animal being left unattended. So they were saying that they will often go out and collect that animal, or we will go out and meet them there basically if we've received the same complaint. So
Do
that's
you mind
what-
me asking which ranges these were?
I can't say. I work with a number of rangers, but they did quote the Section 32 of the Impounding Act.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you.
Mr. Fay?
Thank you. Where were we? Now, I think we were discussing. I didn't say they were Brumbies. I just said they were horses. You've made an assumption, Mr. Primrose, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure the hypothetical went that far. Miss Gray, let's assume for a second, in this hypothetical that we're discussing, that somebody comes across a horse which has been aerially culled that they believe is not done in relation to the SOP that the organisation that was doing the aerial culling would have done so. They make a complaint to an organisation, and I guess in the first instance, what would be the process that you would undertake there? Let's say it's a horse that's in a national park. How would you go about triaging the complaint?
I haven't been consulted about the Brumbies, but to answer your question, yeah, I would consult with national parks, find out what training was involved in terms of shooting the animals, what was behind that. We do have a lack of resources in terms of being able to assist in the Brumbies.
Yep.
We have a very low number of inspectors, as you know.
Yep, I'd imagine that it'd be the poor inspector from Bega that would have to travel across.
Yeah, and that inspector is still on probation too, so still receiving lots of training in terms of experience.
Yep.
So our hands are kind of tied in terms of experience and also resource to be able to assist with that.
Yeah.
But consultation would have to be made with national parks in terms of how the animal was shot, if it was suitable to shoot that animal.
Yep.
But like I said, we haven't been asked to assist with the Brumbies and that situation that's ongoing.
Okay. Let's say in this hypothetical, theoretical world that we're having this discussion in, the animal you attend, you have a vet with you, and the complainant indicates that they believe that the animal died not instantly, but after some time after being shot. The complainant insists on opening the animal up. The complainant discovers that the animal has got a lung full of blood and has likely drowned in its own blood from a gunshot wound and didn't die instantly. Would you consider that to be animal cruelty?
You'd want an animal to die instantly if it was shot, but I would be consulting with the vet that I have with me because vets are expert witnesses, so I would go with their testimony.
Okay. How long do you think it would take you to conclude? Say you opened up the animal on site where it was found lying. How long would you believe it would take you to make a determination and then provide a report?
I'd ask the vet that was with me because they would know more about how the animal died in specifics than I would. But yeah, if they made that determination, then we would be able to conclude fairly quickly.
Okay. So the last question I want to ask is something you actually said in response to one of my questions. And of course it was hypothetical, but I was talking about, I guess, a horse that was shot in a national park. And you said that you haven't been consulted on the Brumbies. Now, had it been the circumstance that instead of the RSPCA being consulted around the SOPs for aerial culling, and let's assume it was the Animal Welfare League that might have been tasked with reviewing the SOPs, what circumstances do you think you might have insisted on or employed or in fact, would you have it all approved or given feedback on those SOPs?
I'd have to take it on notice because I'm not an expert in the field of the culling of wild animals.
Yep.
So I would have to take that on notice and be able to get back to you about that.
As an inspector, do you think you would proffer an opinion about the lack of a foaling season in relation to brumbies? Do you think that you would have, without a veterinary degree, you would have any? Would you feel confident in providing feedback around whether whether brumbies had a foaling season or not?
I'm not an expert in wild horses. I've bred domestic horses and we will breed in the warmer seasons, so spring and summer, but I'm not an expert in wild horse behaviour, so I wouldn't be able to comment definitively on that.
Do you think you might give that advice at a parliamentary inquiry? Do you think you might provide feedback as to foaling seasons of brumbies at a parliamentary inquiry?
I'd have to get more information before.
Oh, it's entirely relevant, and you'll understand why a bit later.
Well, I may understand later, but I don't understand now.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Primrose. I'm happy to leave it there, Chair.
I think
I've made my point.
we'll leave it with Mr. Murphy to ask the final question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've got a question which is probably best directed to Ms. Gray, but in the Veterinary Association submission, they raise an issue about laypersons performing veterinary services, sometimes using poisons or restricted medical equipment, anaesthetics, other things. Does it require a complaint for something like that to be investigated, or would you just actively investigate where people, for example, are advertising those services as a layperson who's not qualified?
We usually rely on complaints. We haven't had to attend where we've seen something advertised like that, but we will rely on complaints, especially if it's by vets as well.
And how many of those type of investigations would have happened over, say, the last year?
In my time, I haven't seen any of those sort of investigations where people have been using anaesthetics or conducting their own surgeries or procedures on animals instead of
So
vets.
even though people might be advertising dental work on horses or any range of other things who say they're not a qualified vet, that wouldn't warrant an investigation without a particular complaint, you're saying?
Yeah, just in the time that I've been at Animal Welfare League as an inspector, I haven't had any of those complaints or haven't attended any of those complaints.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our time with you, so thank you very much. You have taken some questions on notice, so the Secretariat will be in touch regarding them or any other supplementary questions we have. So thank you very much for taking the time, and thank you for the work that you do. We'll now have a afternoon tea break and come back at 3:15.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll get started again. Looking to make sure everyone's ready. Yeah, happy days. Excellent. All right, welcome back to one of the afternoon sessions regarding the inquiry into the ACOs with regards to POCTA. We now welcome our next set of witnesses, representatives from the RSPCA New South Wales. So starting with first witness on the left, Mr. Bearden, can you state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Yes, Chair. My name's William Bearden. I'm the General Manager of Regulation and Business Services.
Just say for Hansard, yeah. Thank you.
My name's William Bearden. I'm the General Manager of Regulation and Business Services, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Coleman?
Stephen Coleman, CEO with RSPCA New South Wales.
Yeah, just...
Is that better?
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I'll start that again. Steve Coleman, CEO with RSPCA New South Wales, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And lastly, Ms. Jerd?
Catherine Jerd, RSPCA New South Wales General Counsel. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Does any of you wish to make a short opening statement?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, honourable members of the Legislative Council. Although the last financial year presented some unique operational challenges, we remained wholeheartedly committed to our vision to prevent cruelty to animals in New South Wales through community education, advocacy and animal care. We are a membership-based not-for-profit organisation with 5 shelters, 2 behaviour and rehabilitation centres, 3 veterinary hospitals and 1 education centre. We are supported by over 500 staff and thousands of volunteers, donors, members and supporters. Our inspectorate is the country's largest animal welfare enforcement unit in Australia, serving New South Wales for more than 90 years. While we are one of 3 agencies with enforcement powers under POCTA, more than 99% of the public engage with the Act through RSPCA New South Wales. We answered 74,507 calls, with 21,081 being cruelty calls that led to 13,883 cruelty complaints. Wherever we can, we seek to resolve as many complaints as possible through a proactive, preventative approach involving education, practical support and referrals to our programs. However, no 2 reports are the same, and RSPCA New South Wales inspectors respond to an array of welfare concerns from deliberate acts of animal cruelty to cases of unintentional neglect. The inspectorate brought 1,861 animals into our shelters, and we initiated 108 prosecutions, issued 799 written directions, 18 official cautions, and 111 penalty infringement notices. We have commenced and completed more prosecutions than ever for 4 consecutive years with a prima facie success rate of 100%. Our veterinary team has a diverse range of expertise and knowledge, providing high quality treatments that have a lasting impact on animals and the community. They undertook almost 25,000 veterinary consultations and conducted more than 30,000 treatments. We launched our Access to Vet Care program, which helped 1,819 clients in its first year and is currently on track to help more than twice that in its second. RSPCA New South Wales officially opened its state-of-the-art education centre, which reached almost 3,000 students and their teachers. As a registered training organisation, we offer a range of courses to help shape the future of animal welfare, with 150 graduates through our accredited courses alone, 36 of whom found work at RSPCA New South Wales. Our shelter network provided care for 14,535 animals, with 1,470 reclaimed and 6,956 rehomed. This is thanks to our shelters that have 140 animal care staff working alongside 984 incredible volunteers who gave more than 200,000 hours of their time and committed 852 committed foster carers who tended to 4,548 animals in their homes. We are an active contributor in communities right across New South Wales. Keeping pets and people together is often the best outcome for the pets, their owners and the community. This is what RSPCA New South Wales strives to achieve with our community programs, which help people experiencing domestic violence, homelessness, financial hardship, mental health problems requiring emergency boarding and seniors in need. Last year we helped 322 clients and 488 animals. Our community outreach teams delivered crucial services across the state, including to remote Indigenous communities and other regional towns without access to a veterinarian. They provided 2,206 clients with desexing, microchipping and vaccinations for 2,959 animals. This engagement has been instrumental in driving our prevention and education efforts deeper into the community. Despite these strides forward, we remain challenged by persistent funding constraints over the forward estimates. The government has significantly increased funding for our inspectors at RSPCA New South Wales, with $20.5 million providing operational funding for a significantly increased inspectorate for one financial year, while a review is completed ahead of this year's June budget. It was provided on the basis that Australia's largest animal welfare agency, enforcement agency would be dramatically increased to help ensure worker safety. We know that where there are animal welfare issues, there is a very high risk of violence to people as well. Pairing inspectors as much as possible protects against potential harm from individuals involved in cruelty cases. It means our inspectors on the front line, day in and day out, can do their jobs and get home safely. Recurrent operational funding to support this remains our most pressing concern. We strongly support transparency and accountability, which is evident in our detailed annual and financial reports, the Section 34B reports that we provide to DPI on an annual basis, parliamentary oversight through this annual inquiry, our participation in multiple committees and parliamentary inquiries each year, and in over 100 cases proceeding through the New South Wales courts every year. We believe in maintaining an open dialogue with the government and the public, and are committed to ensuring that every dollar allocated to RSPCA New South Wales is spent judiciously to improve animal welfare. We look forward to answering any questions. And I have a copy here, Chair, for Hansard, if that's helpful.
Yeah, that would be great. I'll get one of the committee secretariat to grab that from you. I'll throw to Mrs. McDonald for the first bit of question.
So, organisations, it's about people and money. So I'll go to the money question first. And you mentioned in your opening statement about the 20.5 million. Can you detail how that recent inspectorate funding has been utilised to improve animal welfare and safety across New South Wales?
If I may, I might defer to Mr. Bearden, who's got the breakdown.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of how we've contributed, we've put on the funding provided for 37 full-time staff, ranging from inspectors, digital intelligence officers, a 24-hour call centre which we've implemented, and some capital funding as well, so for motor vehicles, for example, and equipment. The majority of those additional uplifting inspectors have been employed, albeit like any organisation we experience turnover, so we've got some vacancies at the moment. But at the moment we've got 53 53 inspectors. That's with 33 of those being deployed in regional areas and 18 in the metropolitan areas. And we've also got the Chief Inspector and the Deputy Chief Inspector in place at the moment. In terms of just some metrics or outcomes, I've got some year-to-date outcomes. If you bear with me for a moment, I can go to those and give you some detail about that.
Happy if you want to table them as well.
Sorry, what was that, Mr. Fanning?
I said I'm happy if you'd like to table them as well.
Yes, no problem. So just by way of comparison in terms of last year, last financial year we had 18,680 inspections. Up until the end of the March quarter, so for the first 9 months, we've had 17,749. So we expect another 3,000 or so that'll exceed last year's numbers. Similarly with the complaints received, last financial year we had 14,420, and up until the March quarter we've had 13,061. So similar to the evidence given by the Animal Welfare League, we've seen an increase in complaints coming in. And the number of visits as a result of those complaints, last year we did 18,680, and up until the end of the March quarter we've done 17,749. So there's been a significant uplift in not only the number of complaints but the number of matters attended to.
Thank you. And just on that, with so your funding was for 1 year, so how do you so for the next 5 years or even the next year, what do you think your projected funds would be needed to continue the work that you do?
Well, we've had it's been challenging on a number of fronts in terms of performing the enforcement function, so the inspectorate function and all the ancillary functions that come off that, which includes our legal function and prosecutions, the animal care and the veterinary care. We've already spent almost all of the 20.5 million to date. So I think we've spent about 20.2 million or just under year to date. But we're expecting that with inflation to be around about $24 million per annum. So over the forward estimates, we'd just to maintain the existing level of service, we'd need about $100 million.
Across
the forward estimates.
Okay.
So across the following for 4 years.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Yeah, we would
He's asking for
we'd
$100
need.
million.
Yeah, yeah.
And if I can just point out, that would be maintaining existing services. But where we do offer additional services and more community programs and spending more money at the prevention side is much more effective in terms of animal welfare outcomes generally and reducing instances of cruelty, we'd need more money to expand those services.
Okay. And so just on the prevention sides and the community engagement aspect of your operation, can you tell us or expand a little bit more on that type of outreach program that you're doing and how these programs contribute to your mission, basically?
We can table some information about that, but it's fair to say that the direction of our organisation for some years already has been about continued investment in prevention. That led to a significant decision-making process in our exiting council pound contracts. It is imperative that we have capacity for the animals that the inspectors need to bring in, together with capacity to accommodate all those additional programs that we run. For a period of time, we've had to say no to some of those programs because we simply didn't have the kennel space available, and that's a tragic set of circumstances for those people. So any additional funding going forward that can assist us in continuing to invest in the prevention side of community work, that's the direction that we've taken.
And so I just covered the preventative side. What about the other side where we're talking about where you have to react to when people or when there are claims made? How does the funding, how do you operate that way?
So the funding goes directly towards the inspectorate at mitigating the safety risk by promoting as many opportunities for the inspectors to be working out as possible. It then funds the veterinary work that's required for many, if not all, of these animals that are brought in, together with the sheltering expense and the rehab of those animals going forward. Bear in mind, some of these animals, particularly if they're the subject of a prosecution, we might have these animals for in excess of 2 years. They're not our animals, we can't move them. They're subject to a court process. So it's important that their journey within our facilities is the best that it can be, so that if we end up with custody of those animals at the other end of a prosecution, that we can increase our prospects of rehoming those animals as best we can.
I have just one more question, because we had one of the earlier witnesses say that there's a conflict of interest in that a charitable organisation shouldn't take on that inspectorate role. What's your view on that?
In terms of the technicalities of conflicts of interest, I might defer that to our General Counsel.
Oh, can't wait for this one.
Mr. you have the call, please.
Thank you, Chair. The RSPCA has enforced its powers under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act for 90 years. We, in my tenure at the RSPCA, which is a bit over 6 years, excuse me, have prosecuted 650 cases before the New South Wales Local, District, Supreme and High Courts. Obviously the High Court's not a New South Wales court. In that time, the court has had the opportunity to examine and determine the evidence available at a prima facie level, and then again at a decision in respect of determining guilt or innocence, and ultimately, ordinarily, sentence. In my experience, and I've spent now nearly 17 years prosecuting offences all through the New South Wales criminal justice system, including 10 years at the DPP and now 7 years at the RSPCA, there is no conflict of interest in the performance of the RSPCA's investigative or prosecutorial function.
Okay, thank you. I'll finish.
That's it?
Yep.
Mr. Fang?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Coleman, I've got the CEO, I've got the head of business, and I've got your chief counsel here. Where are your inspectorate staff? Where's Mr. Scott Myers?
He's on leave. I couldn't tell you where
why have you not got anybody from the inspectorate here today for this inquiry?
Well, we do, Mr. Fang. We have the head of the inspectorate.
Where are the inspectorate staff?
They're working or on leave.
Okay. Where is Megan Richards? Why didn't she attend today?
She wasn't asked to be.
Okay. Mr. Scott Myers, I'm going to drill down a little bit on this first, and we've spoken about conflicts of interest already. Could you detail how Mr. Scott Myers came into his entry into the organisation and how he became, I guess, his progress to be promoted to the head of inspection?
Yeah, I can answer that. He, Scott, I can't tell you the exact amount of years or the exact year that he took on each of the roles, but he's had a number of roles with RSPCA New South Wales, including in the animal ops space, in shelter management, shelter supervising. He became an inspector. Again, I can't tell you
2012?
which year. Sorry?
2012.
Okay, 2012. I'll take your word for that. And he was an inspector for many years. He was then a team leader of the northern region for a number of years.
Mm-hmm.
We had a position, again, I can't recall the exact year, but he had an opportunity to apply for the Deputy Chief Inspector's role.
Yep, Ms. Judd's trying to help you.
2017.
Thank you.
He started as DCI and I started as General Counsel on the same day.
There you go.
Oh, look at that. It's amazing. Thank you. Yeah. So I just want to understand probably in a better way how does promotion work within the RSPCA? Obviously, Mr. Coleman, you're the exemplar here. You were a private investigator. You've become an investigator with the RSPCA. You've then risen through the ranks to become CEO 16 years ago. Is that about right?
Roughly.
Okay. Tell me how people attain improvement in their roles.
Are you referring to development or the application for different roles? Or
For example, your head of inspection, so the head of the inspectorate, your chief inspector role opens up. How do you select somebody to fill that role? Do you advertise it? Is it an application process? Or do you just select somebody that you like?
It's not the latter. but it's all the things you mentioned before. As a position becomes available, we go out to market, including internally, and the best applicant for the role wins the job, consistent with every other organisation.
Are you confident that that's the case, that the best person for the job wins the role?
Yes.
Okay. What if I was to say to you that we've had a number of complaints, and when I say a number, I mean a large number of complaints that says that your organisation seeks to promote nepotism and a workplace culture of bullying, and that the promotion of people who you like is usually put ahead of talent and people who have spent a lot more time with a lot more experience within your organisation?
Well, I would refute that. The best person gets the job.
Okay.
Can I just pick up on that? How is that the best person for the job determined when you're assessing their CVs and their interview and their referees, etc.? And I looked at your standard operating procedures, and I looked at the desirable qualifications and essential qualifications for the Chief Inspector, and they're not qualifications at all. They're just, I would say, experiences. So appropriate investigative experience is an essential qualification, ability to manage human resources, sound knowledge of and capacity to implement an EEO policy, and your desirable qualifications are relevant post-secondary qualifications with no further detail. How does the panel, I'm assuming it's a panel interview, how would they assess that when your own standard operating procedures are so vague? I wouldn't even know what the essential qualifications are for the role that Mr. Fang's describing.
Mr. Chair, if I can defer, Mr. Bearden also manages our HR function, and if we can just spend a couple of minutes talking to the
So Mr. Bearden,
to the recruitment process.
So Mr. Bearden, what are the real essential qualifications? Because what you've got listed in your SOPs, I don't know how you would assess that.
Well,
in any quantitative way.
Any recruitment process, what we typically do is we would, as Mr. Coleman said, we would advertise for it. We would have some desirable qualifications, skills, competencies, some that are essential, some that are non-essential. We'd also take on board any in-house or on-the-job experience into consideration for any applicant, and it'd be a combination of those things when we initially shortlist candidates, and then we would conduct interview processes, and decisions would be made based not only on qualifications, competencies, etc., but also on the responses that are given by the people who are in the interview process. Just in terms of the skills and qualifications, etc., I've got a training matrix of what we have as compulsory training.
Perhaps on notice, I'm just conscious of time. We've only got about 25 minutes left with you. I'm just trying to, if you could table that, perhaps.
Sure.
If obviously check with your counsel as to whether that's okay or not before you do that. But if you could just maybe table that,
I think that'll be fine to table. We don't have there's no individuals, although we do have a training matrix with everyone who's done particular training.
Yeah.
But yeah, the recruitment process isn't outside any other industry standard. Occasionally we might direct appoint somebody to a role, but I've been with the organisation for about 4.5 years. That's rare.
Okay.
So it's pretty standard. I've come from outside of this industry, had 15 years experience as a HR manager and director, and it's pretty standard fare. There's nothing really.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Fang, for jumping.
No. Thank you, Chair. It was actually good context. Well, Mr. Bearden, then I guess my next question is to you. Where there would be a potential or perceived conflict of interest in relation to the application of a candidate for those roles, how would that be declared or handled within the organisation?
Well, we would if there was a real or perceived conflict, we'd expect that the candidate disclose that conflict prior
Okay.
to the application process.
Okay.
I could check, but it might actually be one of the questions that we ask. Certainly in our employment contracts, I'm pretty certain that we say that there's nothing that's not in conflict that would prevent them from conducting the role. So I think it's an essential term of contract as well.
Okay. So, if people had a friendly, a platonic but friendly relationship outside of work, would that be something that you would declare? You would expect declared?
I don't know.
Or if a family member applied?
I suppose it depends on the context.
Okay.
So
When was the last time?
That if you
when
like.
was the last time that a job applicant declared a conflict of interest to you?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
I should just say I don't look after day-to-day recruitment, so we have a recruitment officer who.
But you're head of HR, right?
No, I'm head
That's
of
what
business
Mr. Coleman
services.
just indicated.
Well, Mr. Coleman said that I was responsible, heading up HR in the sense that that function reports to me, along with finance, IT, and some other functions.
All right, but let's go with the fact that Mr. Coleman was right, and you're effectively in charge of HR.
I'm not a HR manager, so no, that's not correct.
Right.
but-
Well, okay.
No.
Well, we can argue about the chain of responsibility a little bit later.
Sure.
Now, in relation to the Deputy Chief Inspector position, when did that become vacant?
I can't exactly remember the month, Mr. Fang, but I think it might be about 6 months ago, maybe a little bit more.
And what was the process there for the employment of a new Deputy Chief Inspector?
Again, I think, if my recollection serves me correctly, we would have advertised internally for that role. I don't know if we actually went external in that role. I can't remember. I'd have to check.
Okay. Do you
But
know
I can take that on
how many
notice.
applicants did you have for that position?
I'll take that on notice as
Okay.
well.
Who was on the interview panel for that position?
It would have been Mr. Myers, Chief Inspector Myers.
Yes. The person who's not here, correct?
Correct. And I would have to take it on notice. Again, I don't get involved in the day-to-day recruitment of individual roles.
Okay. So was it advertised internally? Do you know how many people internally applied? You don't remember at all?
I'll
You
have to
don't-
take it on notice.
Okay. Do you know how many people were shortlisted?
Take that on notice, if that's
Do you know
okay.
how many people were interviewed?
I'll take it's fair to say I can take any questions specifically about the appointment of that role on notice, and I'm happy to get back to you on that.
Okay. What I'm seeking to find out is how many people within your organisation had more experience than the person that actually won the job?
I can't answer that.
Okay. Do you know if the person who won the job had any personal relationships, friendships, or any connection with people inside the organisation that was declared?
No, I wasn't aware. I'm not aware.
Okay.
What I can say is that the Deputy Chief Inspector is was a senior New South Wales police officer of many years and had a distinguished career in the New South Wales Police Force.
My questions are not around the distinction or in service. It's whether somebody who had more experience and was more suitable for the role was overlooked for this person to be put in the job. Mr. Bearden, sorry. I'll get there eventually. Tell me about how you handle internal complaints. Say you've got a complaint around bullying and harassment within your organisation.
Yep.
How many have you received in the past, let's say, 3 years?
Well, I've got some statistics in the last 12 months. If
Perfect.
that's assist,
Let's go.
If that'll assist
Yep.
you. So, first, let me go to the process. So we have a bullying and harassment policy.
Mhm.
We've recently rolled out bullying and harassment policies along with our Respect at Work handbook, which
Yep.
covers a number of things, including a whistleblower policy.
Yep.
You mentioned conflicts of interest, for example. So those sorts of things are covered there.
Yep.
Everyone's been through that training,
Mhm.
been signed off on it.
Yep. Can we get to the numbers now?
Yes. Did you want to know about the process for bullying and what
Well,
happens?
I want to know the numbers and actually how the process works, like
Okay.
what the step-by-steps.
Yep, sure. So since in the last 12 months, we've had 23 grievances in total. Of those, 11 of those were informal. So 12 were remaining, and the 12 remaining were all bullying allegations. There were multiple allegations of bullying in that 12, 36 in total. So
Right.
12 separate grievances.
All right. An
30
average of 3 per complaint.
Average, but the average really skews the numbers. So
All right, let's go with 30. Okay.
well,
Yep.
it's important context because a couple of those count for more than half.
Okay.
So there are reasons why that might be the case. An employee might be aggrieved, for example.
Yeah. How many employees do you have, out of curiosity?
Around about 500, give or take.
500,
Yeah.
give or take. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're talking sort of around 2% of the tort complaints, 500. There's about 2% of the...
Yeah. And in terms of complainants, so 12 made bullying complaints, 36 in total. Now, within those grievances, of the 36, so 36 bullying complaints, 4 were substantiated,
Right.
and 32 were unsubstantiated.
Okay. Who determined
So we
that?
currently have 2 bullying grievances that are under investigation.
Right. Who determined that they were unsubstantiated?
The process is
Who does? Let me rephrase. Who does the investigation?
It depends on the escalation process. So there is a process, but initially it's done by a HR officer who's very experienced in this. So we've employed somebody and they conduct investigations, not necessarily just about bullying, of course, but they undertake those investigations.
Okay.
And then
and for the ones that have been substantiated,
yes,
what happens then?
it depends on what it was. So it might be for either. It would typically be counselling. So it might be some coaching, for example. It might be a communication issue, either verbal or written. So they might be get coached or counselled. If it warranted disciplinary action, it might result in a warning or a final warning, depending on the severity of the matter. Ideally, and part of the process is that we like matters to be resolved at the lowest level possible between the individuals concerned.
Why is that?
Well, because it's a better outcome if people can resolve the differences together rather
For who?
than...
Is it a better outcome for the complainant, or is it a better outcome for the RSPCA?
Well, I think it's both. But the reality is, in any workplace, I'm sure it's no different in Parliament House, you would have a policy that says if you can resolve a matter with the person involved, that would be the first step. That's typical in a grievance process.
What
so
happens when
I'd
the
say it's standard industry practice is what we apply.
Okay. What happens when the complaint is against somebody in the executive?
That hasn't happened to my knowledge since I've been here.
That hasn't. How long have you been there?
About 4.5 years.
4.5 years. And you're saying that not one of the complaints relates to anybody within the executive group?
I'm not aware of any complaints internally about any executive manager since I've been here.
How many of these complaints have been referred for external investigation?
Of the 23 that I mentioned?
Of the one that you said that there was 11 that were unsubstantiated. Sorry, 11 that were 12 were I think investigated. You said, like, how many of those do you refer to an outside organisation to look at? Because obviously the HR person who you've investigated to look at these issues works under the executive group. Now, if there's a complaint against the executive group, then I imagine you would have to get somebody external to have a look at it.
Well, we would, if it was against somebody in the executive, we'd make sure there wasn't a conflict of interest. If that warranted external assistance, we'd seek that. What we do typically do, particularly if something warrants termination or potential termination, and or there could be some reputational damage, we might seek external assistance from a lawyer, an employment lawyer, and we've got people who we use, and we'd have them involved in our process to make sure that we're transparent, that we're following due process and providing the complainant natural justice.
So did Safe Work provide you with unsafe work notices, or did they provide you with improvement notices in relation to the way that you conduct, I guess, your operations?
We've been working with Safe Work over the last few months.
That's
in
not the question that
particular.
I asked. Did they give you official...
Yeah, I'm getting to the answer. So we've been working with Safe Work over a number of matters, and we have had some... I can't remember exactly if they were improvement notices. They might have been. They're more around process about how we deal with
You don't
people.
remember if you had improvement notices from Safe Work?
Sorry, we've had improvement notices. I can't remember.
That's not what you said originally. You said, I can't remember if we've had improvement notices. You then
Okay.
said you did.
I withdraw that. Can I answer the question again?
Well, no. This comes down to, I asked you specifically, did you have improvement notices? You said, I can't remember if we had. You knew very well that you had. You just were trying not to answer that. Is that correct?
Oh, no, that's incorrect. So we've had a number of interactions with Safe Work. So I'm pretty sure we've had improvement notices.
Pretty sure? You just said you had.
I mean, I think
would you
it's-
like to
it's
take it
semantics.
on notice
Yeah.
so you can actually provide an accurate answer?
Thank you, Chair. That's what I'll do. I'll take that on notice.
What is the what do these what are these improvement notices relate? What do they relate to?
Some were in relation to training,
Right.
and others were relating grievance management.
Okay. So you were forced to update your policies because your grievance management policies were not up to scratch.
No, that's incorrect. So we updated our policies last year, and we've been rolling them out since early last year.
And the improvement notice?
The improvement notices, those matters we've been dealing with Safe Work, we've been dealing with them over the last couple of months, as late as yesterday. And so we're still dealing with some of them at the moment.
Okay. So despite all of that, you're telling me that the complaints that were made, the bullying and harassment complaints that have been made within the RSPCA, not one of those related to anybody within the executive group that required you to have an external organisation look at it, and didn't relate to a member of the executive.
That's correct. I don't recall that.
Well, forgive me for not feeling exactly confident about that, and I guess we'll drill down on that a little bit later.
Sure.
Yeah, I might just give opportunity for others, Ms Hurst.
Thank you. I might just ask a couple of follow-up questions from this. There's the improvement notices that you've spoken about, but was there also any safe work orders?
I'll have to take it on notice because.
How can you come to this hearing and not know?
Sorry,
Order.
Mr. Coleman, as the CEO, I'm assuming you would be aware if there was a safe work order put into place on the inspectorate. Was there a safe work order?
I'm not aware of a safe work order, Ms Hurst. I'm not.
Ms Jerd, as the in-house counsel, would you be made aware of legal orders being brought before the inspectorate?
That's a function that Mr. Bearden undertakes.
Okay.
Apparently he doesn't.
Order.
Mr. Coleman, have any horses seized by the RSPCA ever been adjusted at properties owned by family or friends of RSPCA staff?
I believe so.
Can you provide records on how much they've actually been paid to actually adjust these horses in the past 5 years?
Can I take that on notice, just to be really clear? But my understanding is significantly cheaper than market rate.
Do you see any conflict of interest if horses are being adjusted with either staff or family of staff?
If the conflict is declared up front, it's something that we must manage. But if it's declared, we've got an operational budget to try and work toward, together with a welfare component of geography when we seize horses. So it depends.
Has any incidents occurred or complaints been raised internally in regards to the horses that have been adjusted with family or friends of staff?
Not that I'm aware of.
So there's been no internal investigations with concerns raised internally?
Not that I'm aware of. In relation to to horses.
So the horses being adjusted
No,
with staff
not that I'm aware
or
of.
family, or their family?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you provided a submission to the New South Wales Government about the funding that RSPCA needs to continue its enforcement operations going forward?
Yes.
Can you provide us with a copy of that on notice?
Subject to checking that off with the Minister.
You're able to provide that to us?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Jerd, I wanted to ask you about the case of Daniel Brighton, which recently concluded. Can you explain why the RSPCA agreed to allow Mr. Brighton's sentencing appeal and agreed that his sentence was manifestly excessive, resulting in Mr. Brighton receiving no jail time for his criminal conduct?
He received an intensive corrections order, which is a form of imprisonment served in the community. A decision was taken in respect to not pressing aspects of the... I'll start again. The RSPCA was the respondent to his appeal. When he withdrew his appeal in the Supreme Court in December, there was nothing essentially able to be tried left before the Supreme Court. However, there was an outstanding District Court appeal. The matter at that point had been before the New South Wales local courts, in the local court at Campbelltown, the District Court at Campbelltown, the Supreme Court twice, once before Justice Rothman and once before Justice Hamill, and the Court of Appeal once. It had been before the court for over 5 years, and it was the case that we needed to get to a point of finality with that litigation, as a result of which his withdrawal of the appeal in both the Supreme Court and the District Court concluded the proceedings.
But what I'm trying to understand is obviously there was two very high convictions. In fact, they were some of the longest jail sentences that have ever been received. In fact, you promoted that win when it first came through in the jail sentence because it was such a high conviction. I'm just wondering why suddenly it would get dropped and why you would agree that it was manifestly excessive when two of those court cases had given very high jail sentences.
There was some nuance between the decision at first instance before Justice Rothman and a determination he had made with respect to objective seriousness of the offending conduct, and how and whether that was capable of being appealed or overturned by either the local court at Campbelltown when the matter was returned for rehearing, or the Supreme Court when it went back for its second appeal. Sentencing is a complicated area of the criminal justice system, and reasonable minds may differ as to whether or not an outcome is appropriate or not, or what the sentencing outcome
it's not
is.
so much about what any kind of magistrate decided, and I understand it did go back to the local court, and again a very high jail sentence was opposed and he appealed it again.
Yep.
What I'm trying to understand is what led to the RSPCA's decision to agree that those sentences, or that last sentence at least, was manifestly excessive.
There was the position put by senior counsel for the RSPCA in the Supreme Court was not to take contention with the categorisation of the sentence imposed.
So that was legal advice that you received. Was that different? I mean, obviously this was the case that went for years through the court.
Yes.
And I'm assuming you would have got legal advice throughout it.
I was there 65 times in the 5 years.
I'm sure you were. I think I was there with you once.
Yeah.
Why did that legal advice... Did that legal advice suddenly change? And in which case, why did it change, given that, you know, you would have received, obviously, legal advice leading up to those other jail sentences?
I knew from the outcome before the Supreme Court on the first occasion that certain obiter, which is not binding but which is going to be fairly persuasive on any court below the Supreme Court, was going to cause problems for maintaining a sentence of imprisonment subsequent to that decision. So after 2020, I was aware that the dicta of Justice Rothman might cause problems for us maintaining the sentence of imprisonment at any future or subsequent date. And so it's not that the advice changed. I was aware of the consequence of that dicta, but the Supreme Court very rarely, as you would be aware, weighs in on issues around Section 530 of the Crimes Act, and so it was going to be persuasive, and there was not much we could do about it. It was essentially a consideration of the reality of the litigation that I was faced with that day.
Okay, so the second case that was heard at Campbelltown wouldn't have negated that in any way in regards to the first conviction?
Not weighing a local court magistrate against a Supreme Court justice, no.
I just mean, you know, obviously it returned to the local court to start again.
Yep.
Because there were concerns raised, but that wasn't sort of ended up being dealt with because there was concerns. My understanding is, and sorry, this is kind of a very rough explanation for it, excuse my non-legalese, but that the argument was something along the lines of that the animal was acting in a feral way at the time, so therefore, even though the dog was microchipped and was somebody's dog, that there's exemptions for animals that are, and I don't want to use the word feral, but feral, so
Wild.
therefore...
Wild.
Wild is better. If the animal was acting in a way of being wild, despite being microchipped, no. You're shaking your head.
Sorry,
so
I'm
I won't
shaking my
keep
head.
going.
Sorry. At first instance, so the first local court proceedings, for the first 2 days of the hearing, Mr. Brighton made a claim of self-defence or defence of another. He sacked his counsel, and then for the second 2 days of the hearing, they ran a statutory defence of extermination of pest animals. At first instance, that defence was unsuccessful. It went before Justice Rothman, and Justice Rothman said that he was entitled to rely upon that defence. The RSPCA appealed to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal agreed with the RSPCA that Justice Rothman had erroneously interpreted the statutory language of extermination of pest animals as capable of being kind of cut up into pieces and understood as a piecemeal, and the reality is that it's not. The Court of Appeal, though, were worried about an issue of specific intent that's required in Section 530 of the Crimes Act, and so they remitted it for rehearing rather than, quashing the first orders of Justice Rothman. The matter was reheard at Campbelltown Local Court, and a third defence was proffered, the third defence being a defence that essentially the prosecution could not prove the element of specific intention beyond reasonable doubt. Clearly, we said we could. The local court magistrate for the second time convicted him, and he was sentenced. At that sentence proceedings, obviously everyone, the defence counsel and counsel for the RSPCA, were aware of the Rothman decision, if I can call it that, the Rothman decision. And there was a lot of submissions made as to whether or not the local court should feel constrained. The local court did not feel constrained and sentenced, notwithstanding Justice Rothman's position, a sentence of imprisonment. Between the conviction date and the date of sentence, Mr. Brighton appealed to the Supreme Court for the second time. And it's kind of complicated as to why the original appeal didn't proceed. An amended summons was filed and further detailed lengthy submissions filed. However, on the basis that the conviction appeal was withdrawn, the RSPCA did not oppose the imposition of the original intensive corrections order that Justice Rothman initially mooted.
And so
that's how it happened.
Is it of your opinion that the sentence applied to him at the Campbelltown court was manifestly excessive?
That's a complicated question. I think the intensive corrections order was within range. I don't think a sentence of imprisonment in respect of the conduct displayed by Mr. Brighton was out of range. I think they are both available.
Mr. Coleman, does resourcing ever have an impact in regards to major prosecution cases like this when they're going through the court system for many years?
No. No, and I say that, Ms Hurst, because, I mean, this is the nature of the function. That's why we end up with a lot of the work, or the lion's share of POCTA-related complaints, is because we do our best to deal with them. But a consideration about whether or not we proceed against somebody, the issue of costs is not a factor. In fact, it's the DPP prosecuting guidelines, which is the primary benchmark with which we form a view.
Can I ask on notice how much it cost the RSPCA to run this case?
Oh, I know.
I say on notice, so, and so if there's problems with that, then I'm happy to put the...
I instructed counsel in the local court both times, the same very experienced barrister from Forbes. I instructed counsel at the Supreme Court. I instructed counsel and senior counsel at the Court of Appeal, and counsel and different senior counsel, Mr. Game of senior counsel, the second time.
If I could just add to that, if the issue of costs became a reason to withdraw or deviate from process, that would have occurred a lot earlier in that Brighton matter, and it didn't.
Okay, I've just got one more question because I know people want to move on. Have all inspectors received training on defence tactics and the use of batons and handcuffs before going to work in the field?
I can answer that. Ordinarily, they would, and that's certainly the process that we have in place at present. So we found a gap in that training area. But just while we're talking about the inspector, can I just address a question that Mr. Fang asked earlier about improvement notices? I just want to correct the record.
Can you also just answer my question as well?
Sorry.
I was a bit confused about what that answer was.
So the answer is that batons and handcuff training, along with a number of other compulsory training activities, are undertaken either during induction, which can take up to 3 months for somebody who doesn't have an enforcement background, or typically someone who does have an enforcement background in 6 weeks.
Okay.
That includes baton and handcuffs, verbal
all inspectors are currently
tactics.
issued with batons and handcuffs after they've at least finished those first 3 months?
That is the current process now. As I said, Ms. Hurst, there was some gaps there. We had some issues with getting some handcuffs from the handcuff supplier, is my understanding, but that's been corrected now.
Okay, can I just go to some financial questions, Mr. Coleman? In 2023, the gross income from government grants, according to your financial statements on the National Charity Register, reads at $7.065 million. How does that reconcile with the government announcement in that same year of $20.5 million? Happy for you to take this on notice because there's more conflicts. Yes. It also conflicts with the 2022-2023 annual report, where you report a total revenue of $16.5 million, but your annual financial statements on the register state $75 million in total revenue in 2022 and $65 million in 2023. Where does that 50-odd million disappear to between one financial report and another? There seems to be a lot of financial discrepancies between what you have on your website and what's been reported federally to the ACNC register. So perhaps on notice, can you come back to us and clarify on that? Are you able to provide on notice any further breakdown in terms of wages, in terms of expenses and staff? How much of that 35 million is inspectorate? How much of it is CEO, Deputy Chief Inspector, and obviously all the other 500 other employees?
Can take that on notice, Mr. Chair.
Can I go to the board structure? Does the board receive honorariums for their work?
We pay expenses, but they're volunteers.
They're volunteers. So you pay, I guess that they issue an invoice and then for their expenses, whether it's travel, accommodation, etc., and you just pay. Is there a limit that you'll accept in terms of, is like a maximum that you'll accept in terms of expenses?
We generally organise their accommodation and travel,
Okay.
and we make sure that it's reasonable.
Okay. Define reasonable. What would you
Question
accept?
involved.
What would you accept as reasonable? Is there a limit?
Depends what the location is. Obviously, city accommodation is more expensive
Yes, of course.
than regional.
And regional accommodation is often sometimes limited.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. But there's no sort of set rate that you have in terms of per night or anything that you'll...
We have a set rate for staff.
Yeah. What's that? Perhaps on notice if you want to... Yeah.
Yes, I'm happy to supply that.
Sure. Can I just go to one board member? I'm just concerned about how this isn't a conflict of interest. Miss S. Cruikshank, if you read her bio, it says she's currently a senior executive in the New South Wales Department of Premier and Cabinet and has amassed 3 decades of experience in policy development, public affairs and strategic communications. So she's still working for the government in a fairly senior role, and she's on the board of your company that receives government grants. How is that conflict of... to me, it's a clear conflict of interest. How is that conflict of interest managed?
She's not part of any submission. She's not part of discussions that relate to the formula that we apply to provide a submission for funding. She's at arm's length.
Okay. What's the process on joining the board? Is there a time period in terms of board positions, minimum, maximum? Are they elected annually, biannually? Perhaps on notice, can you provide...
Our constitution reflects a board that we can have up to 8 member-elected directors, and if we have a skills gap, we can, or the board can co-opt up to 4 directors to bridge that gap. Elections are every 2nd year.
And you have to follow the normal procedures in terms of fair trading in notifying members within 28 days in writing of an AGM?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Constitution covers Corps Act compliance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I just pick up on the questions from Mr. Fang on workplace safety? You've talked about the number of complaints. How many of those complaints resulted in workers' compensation claims? Or how many of them were actually reported to your nominal insurer for claims?
I'll have to take that on notice, Chair.
Okay. Perhaps on notice, can you also come back with the last 3 years, how many workers' compensation claims you've had for, I guess, what would be best described as psychosocial hazards, so bullying, harassment, stress, mental health including. Obviously, we've heard from the vet inquiry that vets are under extreme pressure. Obviously, inspectorate officers would be under the same, dealing with what they're dealing. So I'm interested in terms of how that's manifesting,
Certainly.
like other industries.
I can certainly do that. And to Mr. Fang's point, earlier, if I can just correct for the record what I said, we have indeed had a couple of improvement notices relating to the inspectorate, one of which was psychosocial claims. The other one was in relation to training, which was baton and handcuffs training. So it goes to both your questions. So if there's any supplementary questions, I'm happy to take them now or on notice.
From just one final question from me, then I'm happy to pass back to other people.
Excellent. I've got a few more.
From an operational perspective, are RSPCA inspectors allowed to lie to potential or alleged offenders in the course of their investigation to secure evidence? Are they allowed to do that? Are they allowed to mislead in any way? No. Are they allowed to set up false Facebook profiles as part of some sort of digital intelligence gathering? Is that?
I don't know about fake Facebook profiles, and I would suggest that investigation techniques are not normally the subject of disclosure, where it might tip people off to how the RSPCA comes into possession of evidence, but yeah, that's what I will say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Primrose, and then back to Mr. Fang. Sorry.
Yep. Can I just ask for your comments in relation to the terms of reference dealing with annual reports and financial statements? And I just wanted to take up matters that were raised in the Animal Care Australia submission that we've received. on page 4 of their submission, they state the inspectorate operations for both RSPCA and AWL are not reported separately to the shelter and vet clinic operations. This means that the wages for inspectors, the operational costs, animal care costs and legal expenses are not able to be assessed or reviewed in any meaningful way. For example, does the deferred income grant funding, 28.186 million, include the 20.5 million provided by the government in February 2023? I was wondering if you'd like to comment on that, please.
I can answer that. So the answer is yes, the 20.5 million funding is included in that. It's accounted for and acquitted on a quarterly basis. I've got the exact figures here in terms, so to March this year, from July 1, 2023, we've acquitted 20,178,000 of the 20.5 million of the most recent,
Can I ask
the
you
one-off
to
grant
go
funding.
then, in addition to that specific example, the point they're making is that it's difficult for members of the public
Yes.
to actually disaggregate their particular concerns from the documents that are presented.
Yes, I've got a breakdown of some of those figures here. For example, the inspectorate over that same period from 1 July 2023 to 30 March 2024, there was $12,678,000 spent on the inspectorate. Shelters and clinics was $3,956,000. Our cost centre was $1,138,000. Legal was $571,000. Our domestic violence outreach program was $343,000, and our overheads were $1,492,000.
Okay, and can I just finish up this line of questioning by asking, Mr. Coleman, in your previous evidence in an answer to Ms. Boyd, you spoke of Section 34B of the Act requiring you to provide a very detailed report of your inspectorate activities to DPI by the third month of the end of the financial year. You'd said you'd have no problems with that being made publicly available. Why isn't it publicly available?
Yeah, I think, Mr. Primrose, I actually think that 34B report would go a long way to answering a lot of the questions that continue to come up. We provide that as a statutory requirement of the Act to DPI. So we would maintain that in a de-identified way, we would have no issue with releasing that information. It is very detailed, but we currently provide it to the DPI. So
okay. Is there a legislative requirement that prevents you from making that document publicly available?
No, it's a report to the minister though, and if it's to be released, it should be released with the minister's approval.
Okay, if you take out the bits that you're worried about, is there any reason that a detailed document, not with all of the material, that's up to the minister as you say, but which would allow such as the inspectorate operations to be disaggregated as we've heard. If that is going to resolve resolve the problems for a lot of people, is there any reason why you couldn't release that as a separate document?
So for the last 2 years, I have provided, the report goes via Chief Inspector Myers, but it goes having been checked by lots of staff, including me. And for the last 2 years, I have provided a de-identified version of that report in case the minister wanted to make it public. And because I was aware, obviously, that this inquiry may inquire into the terms of that report. And then I provided a fulsome one that was not de-identified in case the minister wanted to investigate any of the particulars of the matters that I had redacted. So our position, I think, since 2019 has been that if the report needs to be tabled, it can be. And I've taken steps to make sure that that can be achieved for 2 years. The second aspect I would say is that whilst the year-end review is created for a particular purpose, that is, it goes out with our AGM notification for members, volunteers and supporters of the RSPCA. What this inquiry is interested in, they're not necessarily the same thing. And yet there are detailed statistics available. For example, our Keeping Cats Safe at Home program has a detailed return on investment report. There are more details available on the website that's just not
I'm just
printed
trying
in
to
a
understand, Mr. Coleman,
report.
and again today, I think you've correctly stated that a lot of the concerns would be overcome. I appreciate that there may be some information and details that are provided to the Minister that you would not like to make available. However, we're talking about data, okay? I mean, surely it would be appropriate for the RSPCA to make a much more fruitful and substantive document available online to the public to overcome the concerns that others have expressed that you believe that that data would actually assuage.
Mr. Primrose, can I give you an undertaking? I'm happy to have this conversation with the current minister, and unless government can provide us with a legitimate reason as to why we couldn't do that, we will do that.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, Chair.
Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of minutes.
I know I've got only a couple of minutes. Mr. Coleman, I've got a couple of questions that relate to, obviously, Brumby issues. You'd be well aware that we're probably going to have another hearing, and I expect that you'll be called, and I hope you bring Mr. Myers, and maybe he can bring his leave app and show us that he was actually on leave now. But until then, I want to find out, you visited the knackery, your team, your enforcement team visited the knackery, the illegal knackery near Wagga Wagga earlier this year, didn't you? Is that correct?
We attended a property near Wagga. Yes.
Under the direction of Racing New South Wales?
In September of last year, yes, I believe so.
That was recently attended by Wagga City Council, where they found approximately 500 horse carcasses. How was it
prior to September, do you mean?
No, they attended it recently and found 500 carcasses of any number of stages of decomposition. But certainly there would have been a number of carcasses at that site at that point. What have you done in relation to that, and why has it taken so long? Why did Wagga City Council have to end up closing up that illegal knackery?
So there's two parts to that question, Mr. Fang. Why did it take RSPCA so long?
Yes, did you? I mean, I thought you attended in January this year, but you're telling me now it was September last year.
We attended on both occasions.
Okay,
yes.
So you've attended twice. No doubt.
In respect of welfare complaints, that's right.
Yes. Did your inspectors see the 500 horse carcasses?
No.
No. Did you see any horse carcasses?
We saw remnants of skeletons. Yes.
Did that prompt you to ask questions about why there were remnants there and what had happened to the horses?
Yes, it did.
Were you aware that that was operating as an illegal knackery?
No. And I'm not...
Your inspectors didn't think to ask that?
Mr. Fang, I'm not... Unless I've missed something, I'm not aware. There's allegations of an illegal knackery, and we've certainly put questions to the person of interest, all of which has been denied.
Okay.
And that, together with dealing with complaints around their dogs on the property, all of which were considered to be in reasonable condition.
Let me ask then, is there a current ongoing investigation into the property in Wagga where the illegal knackery was located by Wagga City Council?
The most recent complaint that we received was this week, and we've responded.
Okay. Is there a current ongoing is there a current ongoing investigation in relation to that property?
I believe that the Food Authority is still investigating, or through DPI. I believe that the Wagga City Council are still investigating.
Yes. And the two previous visits where you attended the property, has the RSPCA concluded its investigations into those two previous visits?
Yes.
Did you find any animal welfare concerns?
No.
Are you kidding?
No.
Order. That's
okay, I've got two more questions. What happened in relation to the Brumby that was shot in Kosciuszko National Park that your investigators attended to with Mr. Byrne?
Is that Shannon Byrne?
Yes.
I think two inspectors attended with an independent veterinarian.
Correct.
And Mr. Byrne took our inspectors and that independent veterinarian to the carcasses.
Yes.
I think they were the subject of a post-mortem.
And what's happened with the investigation?
And the conclusion was that there was no POCTA breaches. Those animals had been shot appropriately.
Okay. You told me previously at the Brumby inquiry that 360-degree cameras, that you'd spoken to National Parks about that.
Yes.
they denied that, and then they've said that nothing's happened. What have you done in relation to that?
We've had more discussions about cameras and the challenges that
Great.
national
You've
parks...
had the discussion seemed to go nowhere last time. What concrete action are you taking around this?
Mr. Fang, national parks, as far as I'm aware, are not mindful of including cameras consistent with your request.
No, I appreciate that, but it was also your request, Mr. Coleman.
And Mr. Fang, if I got compliance with every question I asked,
well, given that you've given feedback on their SOPs, Mr. Coleman, given that they're using you as the scapegoat for their current aerial culling programs, given that the only reason that they're doing it is because they're pretty confident that you're not going to prosecute, you are the scapegoat. If you insist on it, I'm pretty sure it'll happen.
Allegations. How about letting him answer the question rather than just making allegations?
An hour, and I haven't heard one single answer yet.
All we've heard
honestly,
you.
all I've heard is that your organisation
heard you endlessly
bullying.
making statements.
Order.
Political statements.
Order.
It's not a political statement.
Order.
I've never seen an organisation this badly run. Mr. Coleman, you've been there for
National
30-something
Party.
years.
Order.
I think the RSPCA needs new leadership.
Order.
I'm not confident
Order,
you
Mr.
are the
Fang.
person to lead the RSPCA.
Order.
National Party.
I do not believe
Order.
you
Mr.
have
Fang.
the ability to lead
Mr.
this
Fang.
organisation. I believe your organisation.
Mr.
I believe your organisation
Mr. Fang.
is
Mr. Fang. That is enough.
You should stand
The time
aside,
for questions have lapsed. Can I just put one final one on notice regarding the 500 horses? Your visit in September of 2023, was that as a result of an email that was sent to you by Ms Mavridis regarding the fact that Mr Talbot was on the Racing New South Wales banned list? If you can just confirm whether that was the cause for you to go out to that site or not.
I don't believe so,
okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My apologies that we have ended in that way. Ken, I thank you for your time. You've agreed to take several questions on notice. The Secretariat will be in touch in terms of getting those answers back, and there may be supplementary questions as well. But once again, thank you for your time today. Thank you. We'll now try and get our government witnesses on. They're both online. We'll just make sure we clear the Dr. John Tracy and Dr. Kim Filmer online. Just make sure we clear the Excellent. Just checking that you can hear us okay, Dr. Kim Filmer.
Yes, I can hear you well.
Excellent. We can hear you well. Dr. John Tracy.
Yes, Chair.
Excellent.
Can hear you well.
Thank you. We can hear you as well. Okay, we'll just now proceed with you stating your name, position, title, and swearing either an oath or affirmation for us. Starting with you, Dr. Filmer. Dr. John Tracy and Dr. Kim Filmer.
I think that was you repeating back.
Apologies about that. I was watching you on another device.
I hope we were entertaining. Please proceed.
Kim Filmer, Chief Animal Welfare Officer, New South Wales Department of Primary Industries. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Dr. Filmer. Dr. Tracy?
Thank you. John Tracy, Deputy Director General, Biosecurity and Food Safety for New South Wales Department of Primary Industries. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence I will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
No problems at all. Did either of you like to make a short opening statement at all, or are you happy just to proceed with questions?
Just happy to proceed with questions. Just get straight into it.
No problems at all. We've agreed to have free flow questions, so I'll just ask the committee members to just indicate who they are and who they're asking it of, just so Hansard can decipher. I'm just looking for someone to start. Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. It's Ms. Hurst here. As the department responsible for administering and overseeing POCTA and its enforcement, I'm wondering why the DPI didn't actually make a submission to this inquiry.
Thanks, Ms. Hurst. Yeah, look, there's a lot of interest in this topic, so we have a lot of direct engagement, and we felt it was not appropriate for us to make our own independent submission.
Okay. We've been told that for a while that the DPI is conducting a review into into funding for the two enforcement agencies consistent with the government's election commitments. Can I ask where this is up to, and noting that we're very close to the end of the financial year, if you're aware if a decision's been made?
So that review has been completed, and that will be considered as part of the upcoming budget process.
So that's, as far as you're concerned, gone to the Minister and it's still sitting with her?
I think the Minister has seen that and approved it, but it's part of it will now be considered as part of the broader budget process for New South Wales Government.
Sorry, so the Minister's approved your recommendation rather than the recommendation made directly by RSPCA?
She's just approved the report.
Okay, so the actual funding amount hasn't been decided?
That's right.
We heard that the RSPCA has put in their own budget submission. Have you read that submission and considered that as part of your own review?
It has been considered as part of the review, yes.
Within the DPI?
Yes, that's my understanding. Yep.
You would have heard the RSPCA in their evidence that they just gave, at least I know Dr. Filmer was watching in, that the RSPCA advised that they'd received a safe work improvement notices because it was sending out officers on their own and without baton and handcuffs and without appropriate training. Was the DPI aware of this?
We weren't.
You weren't aware? Does it concern you, and would you expect, as the Department of Primary Industries that oversees the RSPCA, that you would have been told about safe works issues that had come up?
I don't think we'd normally expect to hear about that, because that's an operational matter, and the MOU that we have with the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League articulates that they have a policy to deal with things like that, so they would normally deal with that within the organisation level.
So you don't have any concerns?
No.
Will you be, and I assume then you won't be taking any further action or meeting with the RSPCA to discuss the safe work issues that have come up?
We meet regularly with the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League. We have fairly formal meetings quarterly with them, but have other ad hoc meetings for various reasons throughout the year. So we do have a lot of interaction with them, and it's something that would possibly come up. We have discussed the inquiries and recommendations that have been in the past in terms of them going up and what a risk-based enforcement agency would look like. So there has been some general discussion around that is an operational matter that they would handle and have oversight of themselves.
Will it be given any consideration in regards to the ongoing funding?
The ongoing funding is a matter for government.
Mm-hmm. So it wasn't something, obviously it's something that you've only become aware of now and that review's completed. If there was further reviews, would it be something that would be considered?
If there were further reviews, anything that's of interest or of note, of course, would be considered.
A witness that came to the inquiry today said that they got advice from the DPI that someone who goes to court and challenges a PIN could end up with one of the automatic lifetime animal bans that exist for aggravated animal cruelty, thank you, or serious animal cruelty. My understanding is that this would not be correct. Did this advice come from the DPI?
I'm not aware of that advice being given at all.
Dr. Tracy, are you aware of any advice that people challenging a PIN could end up with an automatic lifetime animal ban?
No, I'm not aware of any advice like that.
Thank you. Is your understanding that it doesn't exist for the majority of offences that are able to have a PIN imposed?
I'd have to check that, but that does sound appropriate. But yeah, I might have to confirm that one.
Thank you. My understanding is that the only provision would be animal fighting, illegal animal fighting. I'm not quite sure why a PIN can be imposed for animal fighting, but if someone was charged for animal fighting and given a PIN for illegal animal fighting, and took that PIN to court and was found guilty for animal fighting, that they could end up not so much with a lifetime animal ban, but a court-imposed ban unless special circumstances exist. But I think that that's probably the only provision there. I just wanted to confirm. Is it a concern of the DPI that the Animal Welfare League only has one inspector still going out to inspections, when obviously there's a movement within the RSPCA to move to at least 2 inspectors for safety reasons? Obviously DPI has a policy to make sure that there's 2, the police have 2. Is it a concern that the Animal Welfare League, with only 7 inspectors, are often only going out in 1?
Yeah, look, we may be concerned. It just depends on the level of work and so on. So in terms of our policy, we don't always send 2 out. It depends. For the serious cases, we would. For single cases, depending on what it is, if it's an audit, standard inspection, we often do have a single inspector go out. So it depends on the circumstances of what they're doing. So it's difficult to answer in a general sense.
Sorry, what do you mean it's difficult to answer?
Well, it depends on the circumstances of what they would be, the activities that they would be undertaking, as to whether it would be a concern or not.
Did you hear the evidence given by the Animal Welfare League inspector on this?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So what she explained to us was that the majority of times that they would be going out with just 1 inspector. So obviously, I mean, unless someone has been specifically alerted as being a violent or aggressive person, or there was something to highlight that might be the case, that they could be walking into an unknown situation. Is that something that will be considered in regards to funding for the Animal Welfare League?
So I think all of those aspects are part of the consideration, both in the review and something that we can be, the department can be taking into consideration.
Did a review occur for the Animal Welfare League as well as the RSPCA?
Yes.
Okay, and so that was included in that review, that they would like to, as they said at this inquiry, that they would like to double their inspectorate to 14 so that they can ensure for the safety of their workers that they were sending out to?
I'm not sure the specifics that specifically it was considered. In general, the overall size of the number of inspectors, the workload, the funding were part of the review.
Can you take
so in general,
can you take that on notice then?
Sure.
Thank you. A major concern that we've heard throughout this is the lack of robust, consistent reporting, and that real transparency around reporting. there's a strong consensus this should be mandatory. And obviously there's been a previous recommendation on this inquiry last year of that. Why hasn't this been implemented?
The 34B reports, the POCTA reports, that's what you're referring to? The one that the reports...
No, so
go
what
to
I'm
the
talking
state?
about is the fact that there's no consistent reporting, that the two organisations each year give very different reports, that there's a lot of information that doesn't ever need to be made public, for example. So there's a strong consensus that there should be mandatory public reporting, and that should be consistent for both of those organisations so that people can understand each year what's actually inside those reports.
Are you talking about financial reports or shelter statistics? I'm a little bit
People are talking
confused.
about all of it. It's not one specific thing that people want reported. It's all of it that people are talking about wanting transparent reporting.
That's certainly something that we can discuss with them. There seem to be, I've watched most of the inquiry today, there does seem to have been an acknowledgement by both the organisations that they would be willing to increase the amount of reporting that they do.
I just note that obviously this is something that came up last year at this inquiry, and so I'm just wondering, I understand you're saying that you're happy to talk to the organisations now about doing it. I'm just wondering over the last year why nothing has happened.
There's been discussion around the specifically those Section 34B reports that go to the Minister. That seemed to be the main thrust of discussions at the last inquiry from my memory of it. I might be wrong, but that's what I seem to recall. And there has been some discussion around those reports and whether they could be, rather than just being given to the Minister, that they could be tabled or released in the format that they were previously provided in. There would have to be redactions, or there would have to be some change in the way the information was presented, because I'm pretty sure that there would be privacy issues with some of the detailed information that's provided in there. So it's a matter of deciding if those reports are going to be released, either the way they're presented or what's put in there in the first place would have to be slightly modified, or they'd have to have some redactions, which is never really, that makes reports read a bit funny if you have to black bits out, but you'd have to change it because I'm not a lawyer, as I've probably said in this forum before, but I'm pretty sure there would be privacy issues with some of the information that's provided in there. So if they are to be released, I think it's going to be important that the format is changed a little bit. And as you know, it's legislated under Section 34 what information has to be provided, and they do their best to provide good detailed information to the Minister. So without removing the detail and then having something suitable to be released, that's going to be the balance in terms of what could be released to the public.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that. One of the key concerns that's been raised in this inquiry is that at the moment there isn't really anywhere people can go if they've got concerns about the enforcement activities under POCTA. What's the DPI doing to address this concern?
Could you just explain your question, please?
Sure. So a concern that's come up today, particularly, is the fact that if there is an investigation, say, or no investigation, or somebody's being investigated, they feel like they've been wrongfully targeted, or somebody's not been charged when they feel like clearly they should have been. We've heard all sorts of concerning accusations today. There's nowhere for people to go to have that investigated. We've been told that the only place they can really go to have that investigated is to the organisation themselves, and people have said that they don't feel that that's an adequate process. I'm wondering what the Department of Primary Industry is doing to help address that concern.
You'll probably recall from the Animal Welfare Bill that was put up a couple of years ago now, there were some proposals in there to engage the use of the Ombudsman to look at situations like that. And as you know, that didn't go through, so we're still working on that amendments to POCTA or the reform to POCTA. So things like that, I think, I don't know what the outcome of that process is going to be, but there certainly was an intent, as you know, a couple of years ago when we had the Animal Welfare Bill up in front of Parliament, to have some of those issues looked at through that Animal Welfare Bill that went through.
We have no timeline on any new draft Animal Welfare Bill. Is there anything people can do now until we potentially see that again and see if that ombudsman clause is back in there?
As you recall from budget estimates, the Minister has said that we will be undertaking a review of POCTA and it's to be in Parliament by the end of the year. So that's the time frame that we're working towards. There'll be opportunity for people to comment on that bill. So I don't have the timelines on that, but the intent is for that to be done, as was stated at budget estimates, by the end of the year.
Thank you. And so if somebody actually had a complaint or concern now, there's still nowhere they can go to until we pass this Animal Welfare Bill at the end of the year?
I think I'd probably have to take that on notice. I think I'd have to ask that as a legal question. Sorry.
I think people can always come to DPI about those factors, as I know you have, Ms Hurst, around this issue, and yeah, then we can pick it up once it does. We can always take some feedback anytime.
Mm-hmm. With that in mind, Dr. Tracy, has the DPI ever taken any steps to ensure that the enforcement agencies are appropriately upholding POCTA, including conducting investigations and prosecuting cases where appropriate?
The department doesn't have the role in overseeing that function, but we do work closely with both RSPCA and Animal Welfare League. So we're often in conversations about compliance. We undertake compliance activity and investigations together. So there is joint work and discussion. There's quarterly meetings. So there's a lot of interaction between the agencies. We work very closely with both.
Okay, so if somebody came to you, for example, to say that, you know, that there was a case, for example, hypothetically, that an inspector didn't prosecute somebody because they knew them really well, and they went to the DPI in this scenario because at the moment there's nowhere else to go to, that would just be, if the DPI decided to look into it, it would just be a conversation.
Yeah, we wouldn't. It wouldn't be our role to investigate that. What I will say is that if there is corruption, there is a pathway through ICAC that people can refer. So it depends on the matter that's being raised. But I think as Dr. Film has stepped through in terms of complaints with what has an incident's happened in the inspectorate, if it's not related to corruption, the process then would be an internal one. That often does involve external audits and investigations, and you've got the chief inspector, you've got the CEO, and you've got the board there that can take action in terms of both internal and external reviews of those matters.
Okay, so it's still just an internal process realistically, until there's actually sort of some kind of legislative change which may come at the end of the year. I just wanted to also get an update on where the work is up to on the Independent Office of Animal Welfare. One thing that's obviously come up quite a bit today is whether or not that office will have a role in overseeing and managing the functions of any inspectorate. Can we get an update on where that's up to and any known timeline?
It's probably too early to say, well, it is too early to say actually, what the actual functions of that independent office will look like. There's work being done on that. As you know, it's a new concept, and so it's quite untested, I guess is how you would describe it. So working through the options for that's going to take some time and needs to be carefully considered. Again, that's an election commitment that we are aiming to have completed by the end of this year. So that's probably as much detail. I can't give you a lot of detail because we're still working through that detail at this stage.
Will some of the evidence that come up in this inquiry be included in considerations around the functions of that office?
Absolutely. I think these inquiries are an opportunity to look at people's concerns and certainly find out, look at what's being said, determine whether, the evidence that's been given is, factual and has basis to it and therefore can be used to help inform decision making.
Thank you.
I'll throw to Ms. Boyd, who is online as well.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask you, I feel like we've been, for the last few years talking about funding a lot. Sorry, apologies. Yes, my dogs decide they've been quiet all day, and of course now they're barking. My apologies. So back to funding. So I feel like we're always at this position where we don't have enough inspectors, and we are not, animals that are being put in, harm's way because of it. We know that rescue organisations across the state have been taking up a lot of that slack. Has the department done anything in terms of analysing exactly how much work is being done by rescue organisations and what it would take to provide them with some core funding to help them to keep doing what they're doing?
Most of that rescue operational work sits with Office of Local Government in the companion animal space. So a lot of that, you're talking about the rehoming sort of aspects of animals. Is that what you're referring to?
And it covers, everything from, to sort of, what you would call cattle, so cows and horses and everything else, as well as rescue organisations for wildlife, and also those rescue organisations for dogs and cats. So it's a large group of different animal orgs that are doing that work.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the functions that we have, our function is around the pieces of legislation for POCTA, research and exhibited animals. That's our main core function. I think that rehoming, the wildlife aspect, sort of sits with national parks more, and then the rehoming companion animals part sits more neatly, I think, with the Companion Animals Act. Like that's its function, so which sits within the Office of Local Government. So I'm not trying to duck shovel your question, but I think that specific area probably does sit with those other two agencies a little more than it does with ours. So ours is more around the legislated functions of POCTA, the Exhibited Animals Act and the Animal Research Act.
Thank you. And I know that you talked a bit about this with my colleagues, but I just want to get, again, it's been a bit shocking to hear some of the testimony given today in relation to the RSPCA in particular. What actions has the department taken to get itself comfortable that there's not endemic problems in the RSPCA and that it's back on track?
Thanks, Ms. Boyd. So it's not the department's role to oversee the operation of RSPCA, but we do, as we've talked about, we do work closely. If we do see issues, we work with RSPCA, Animal Welfare League. We have a close working relationship and we regularly communicate with them. So I think beyond that, so in terms of typically we don't engage in terms of investigating operational matters of the RSPCA. That's a responsibility of RSPCA that then report to the Minister.
I guess given the consequences of our, I guess if those organisations aren't doing as well as we might want them to, and given just how much of the government's responsibilities are outsourced to those organisations under legislation, I guess this underscores the need then for an independent Office of Animal Welfare to really oversee. And I mean, is that if the current position is that the DPI is not the one, then these organisations are acting as quasi-agencies for the government. Is that a role then that we would see for an independent Office of Animal Welfare?
Well, I think that's something that certainly could be considered. And as I said, the independent office is being worked on. Looking at what gaps there are, if that's perceived to be a gap, these inquiries, if that's what is highlighted, then that's something that we'd certainly look at as part of the development of that new independent office.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Boyd. I guess probably just to close that loop in terms of the relationship between you and the ACOs, do you have vision at all, even just to look at, in the ACO's standard operating procedures in terms how they do actually operate? Do you have vision of their SOPs at all in terms of their inspectorate activities?
Yes, we do. We've got copies of their SOPs. Is that the question?
Yes. You have copies of them? Do you ever have cause to have discussions with them about improving those SOPs or their adherence to those SOPs?
Well, as we've stated, it's not our role to be oversighting their operational matters, so no, we're not looking at
even if a concern was presented to you, because a member of the public has no other option, they come to you with a concern around one of those ACOs not following their own SOPs, you would have no way of having that conversation with those ACOs about that potential breach?
I think if they came to us, if somebody came to me, I will always pick up the phone and have a conversation with them. We have a good working relationship in that sense. So we certainly, if the public's concerned, then I'm concerned, and it's necessary to raise it, and then it would be discussed.
Just probably one final one from me, and it's to do with the report that's provided to the Minister. The legislation's kind of unclear as to what actually is in that report. Does it include financial information in terms of how the money that is given by the government to assist with the inspectorate activities, does it actually detail or itemise how that has been spent? Because their annual reports, both on their own website and also on the National Charity Register, are very conflicting in terms of their expenditure and their revenue, even to the point of how much money they receive from government grants is conflicted. So I'm just wondering what level of detail in terms of finances comes back to the Minister in that report.
The reports, as you know, under Section 34, it details quite specifically what information they are to provide in that report. And it's not a detailed financial report, but it pretty well accounts for every animal that they've ever looked at in the space of 12 months. So it's got very detailed information around the types of animals, the types of complaints being made about the different types of animals. There's a breakdown of all those sorts of things. It has a breakdown of the inspectorate, how many inspectors there are, what training they've undertaken. It's got information about, what else has it got in there?
Do you think that's a deficiency in the reporting functions? And something that may be needed to be improved in terms of any review of animal welfare if we were to keep the ACOs performing this role and they're receiving government money? Shouldn't that report include how they've spent government funds?
I think that's correct, and it's possible that rather than an MOU with them, the government could have a service level agreement, which would probably require that sort of information to be provided. So that's something that again has been considered as part of the review process.
Okay, thank you. I'll just pass to any other member seeking to ask a question. Nothing from government. Ms McDonald? Ms Hurst, do you have any follow-ups? No? Okay. Ms Boyd, you're clear? Good. Oh, well, we all have an early mark. Thank you guys very much for your time. I don't believe you took any questions on notice, but if you did, the Secretariat will be in touch in terms of timeframes on getting them back and any supplementaries we may come up with after. So thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thanks very much for allowing us to do it online.
No
Appreciate it.
problems at all. Thank you.
Thank you.